Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's a big business. I got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected, or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
It was a long, hot ride to Laredo. The last day I pushed it hard, eating dust all the way. I didn't know if I'd be in time or not. But when I rode up to the cantina in town and went inside, I saw I was. Barely in time. The two of them were sitting at a corner table. And from the sound of it, the deal was just about closed.
Over, Wilkins. Me and my boys will bring that herd up across the border for you in good shape.
Well, I hope so, Hancock. The association's pretty worried about all the trouble we've had on these drives before.
Excuse me, gents. You Ben Wilkins?
Why, yes.
President of the Cattlemen's Association?
Yes, that's right. I don't think I know you.
Look, mister, we're talking business.
That's why I'm here, Hancock.
How come you know my name?
Wilkins, I understand you're aiming to bring a herd of cattle up from Mexico into Texas.
Well, what's that to you?
You're missing a good bet. Why don't you drive them west, to Arizona?
Arizona?
That's right. Haven't you heard about the new mines opening up around Tombstone? Everybody and his brother's headed out there, and they all gotta eat. That means a good market for beef. A lot better price than you get around here.
He's crazy, Wilkins. That's too far to drive a herd.
Hell, it's sure too dangerous anyway. Why, there's banditos, rustlers, even Indians, maybe.
I took a herd out there last month. There wasn't near enough to take care of all those beef-eating miners. I'll drive your herd out there for you, for a percentage.
Now, you just shut that big mouth of yours, mister, whoever you are. I'm the one drives Wilkins' herds, wherever they go.
Oh. Wilkins, you can't afford Jess Hancock anymore.
No,
What do you mean?
The last herd he brought across the border for you. How many did he, lose along the way?
Why, 43 head.
Could have happened to anyone. Banditos, that's what it was.
Mexican bandits, huh? Here's a bill of sale. Might interest you, Wilkins. Seems last week a rancher named Hollister bought 43 head in good faith. Paid for 'em proper. Man who sold 'em was Jess Hancock.
What?
That's a lie.
Take a look, Wilkins. That Hancock signature?
Why, it sure is.
Nobody's gonna accuse me of rustling.
Don't try it, Hancock. I can kick that gun out of your hand before you get it loose from the holster.
You just try it, mister.
You convinced, Hancock?
Who are you, mister?
Slaughter. Luke Slaughter.
Oh, I've heard of you, Mr. Slaughter, but I didn't know you was in these parts.
You don't have to mister me, Wilkins. Just Slaughter's good enough.
Hancock, the association's going to hear about this. If those are the same 43
You
head,
got no proof.
We'll see about that. Slaughter, you said Arizona, huh?
A lot of hungry miners in Tombstone.
Bigger price, huh?
Half again as much.
Meet me back here in an hour. You got yourself a job.
I'll be here, Wilkins.
You hear me, Slaughter. I don't care what your reputation is. You ain't gonna beat me out of this. I'll stop you.
Here I am, Hancock. And now's as good a time as any. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can talk mighty tall with my gun laying there on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Your gun. There it is, Hancock. And I'm just as far from that table it's sitting on as you are. Now go ahead.
There's other ways, Slaughter. There's other ways.
Now, look, Slaughter, when you signed for this job, you guaranteed me 6 good trail hands. Well, I didn't know you were just going to pick 'em cold out of the bar here.
What's the difference, Wilkins? If they're not good hands now, they will be by the time we get to Tombstone. I'll see to that.
Yeah, I guess you will. How many you got so far?
2 Mexican boys who know the country pretty well, and a cook.
It still leaves you 3 shy.
I'll get 'em.
Say, mister, your name's Slaughter?
Yeah,
Mine's Rusty. I hear you're looking for trail hands.
maybe. You ever been to Tombstone?
Not with a herd. Didn't know anybody had.
This will be the second.
But I've been almost every place else you can take a herd, I guess. Dodge City, Cheyenne, the Panhandle, you name it.
All right, I'll take you.
You the one that's hiring, mister?
That's right. But you look a little old for the drive I've got in mind. Tombstone's a long way.
Don't worry about that, none. I'll keep up.
What's your name?
They call me Wichita.
All right, Wichita, you're on.
Got room for one more, Slaughter?
Who are you, son?
Name's Carson. Jim Carson.
You ever ridden trail before?
No, but I don't figure it'd be too tough. Besides, Slaughter, I come in handy when there's trouble.
Oh? How about when there's work?
I'll work. I need the money. I want to buy me a gun.
You already got a gun.
I want to get me another one.
All right, I'll put you on. You say your name was Jimmy?
It's not Jimmy, it's Jim. I don't like being called Jimmy.
Go get your stuff together, Jimmy.
I guess you didn't hear me, Slaughter. I said I don't like being
You
called
want to come along or don't you?
I want to come.
Then get moving, Jimmy.
I don't like that one, Slaughter. He's on the prod.
Could be, Wilkins.
I take a chance with him, then. I don't want any trouble with this herd.
Now, just a minute, Wilkins. I didn't guarantee no trouble. Matter of fact, I'd be surprised if there wasn't. I guarantee just one thing, to bring that herd through. That you can count on.
I've seen young punks like him before, Slaughter. They go around with a chip on their shoulder trying to show how tough they are. He probably heard about you.
What about me, Wichita?
Well, no offense. You got a kind of reputation, that's all. Punk like that, sooner or later, he'll probably want to find out how tough you are.
Maybe.
I heard him shooting off his mouth at the bar earlier about how he'd gunned down a couple of men here and there.
Oh?
I bet he's awful green on the trail, though.
You can show him the ropes, Rusty. Maybe the trail will take some of the toughness out of him. Anyway, I need what men we can get. He goes with us.
You're the boss. Where are we heading from here?
Delgado, little town below the border. That's where we pick up the herd.
When we leaving?
Soon as we saddle up.
Tonight?
Yeah, we should be able to hit the trail with the cattle tomorrow afternoon. Make a few miles toward Tombstone before dark.
Well, what's the hurry?
There's a man named Jess Hancock wouldn't mind making a little trouble for me. I want that herd all in one piece. To start with, anyway.
Pretty good-looking herd, Rusty.
Yeah, but no herd's worth pounding leather like we did all the way down here to Delgado.
Slaughter said he wanted to make it by this afternoon. He did.
Where is he anyway?
Signing the papers over there at the pens.
I don't see why we can't hang around town tonight, leave in the morning.
Well, why not take it up with the boss? Here he comes.
You think you're pretty funny, don't you, Wichita?
Just once in a while, son.
Well, I guess we're all ready. Rusty, how about the cook?
Oh, he's got all the grub loaded in the chuck wagon, ready to roll.
Good.
Senor.
What?
You're Slaughter?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Carlota. You are going to Arizona?
Yeah, Tombstone. Why?
Take me with you.
What?
I want to get away from this place. I want to go to Arizona. Please take me with you.
Sorry.
What are you doing here,
Oh.
Carlotta? Come on, back to the cantina where you belong.
Well, Jess Hancock. How come you're down here?
This is my stamping ground, Slaughter. Or was. I ain't forgot.
I didn't figure you had.
First you take my job, now you try to take my girl.
Now, just a minute, Hancock. Don't get things any more twisted up than you can help.
Get moving, Carlotta.
You leave me alone. Get out!
I hope you have a real pleasant trip to Tombstone, Slaughter.
I better have.
getting pretty dark, Slaughter. Don't you reckon we'd better get that herd bedded down for the night?
A little further.
You've been avoiding the regular trail. Expecting trouble?
I usually do, Wichita.
I've been watching you around horses, Slaughter. Been thinking you was in the cavalry.
Oh?
I heard about a man named Slaughter once. Commanded a regiment from Illinois in the war.
Yeah?
Raiders, they was. Used to raid across the line. This Slaughter I heard about, he always used to come back leading a string of Confederate horses with their saddles empty. I've been thinking you're the same Slaughter.
And I've been thinking you're a pretty nosy old man.
Yep, that's me.
Well, this is far enough. Rusty, we'll bed down here.
Right.
Wichita, that chuck wagon of ours. I just saw the tarp move. There's somebody inside.
Yeah, I saw it too.
All right, Carlotta.
Oh.
Get out of there.
Please, senor, I want to go to Tombstone.
You picked the wrong way.
But you don't send me back now. It's night, it's wild country. You wouldn't do that, would you?
You counted on that, didn't you? All right, you'll go with us.
Oh, gracias.
But you'll earn your way. You'll help the cook. You'll clean up after him. You'll wash the dishes.
Work me like a horse, huh? Or worse. Maybe you like the horses better.
There's one big difference. I invited the horses. After we bedded down the herd, the cook wrestled up some grub. Carlotta was plenty sullen, but she worked. Jimmy kept eyeing her, so I figured I'd better put him on night herd. I turned in around midnight. Everything was peaceful. But it didn't stay that way very long.
Slaughter, you hear that?
Yeah, where'd they come from?
Well, I don't know, but it's got the herd riled up. There they go. They're stampeding, Slaughter. They're stampeding.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. Somebody ought to set Jack Benny straight about how to make a movie, because he's at it again. When you join him later on today, CBS Radio's misguided matinee idol will attempt his own version of a famous movie. To make it even better, Hollywood producer Stanley Kramer, who made the movie, will be right there when he does. For a hilarious example of how not to make a motion picture, hear The Jack Benny Show later today on most of these same stations. Henry Morgan and Mitch Miller will be around following Jack Benny. Henry Morgan is host on the fast and funny guessing game, Says Who. His star-studded panel of experts spark one laugh after another as they try to identify memory-teasing mystery voices. And speaking of stars, you'll find an hour of fast and funny conversation with the biggest name stars of Hollywood and Broadway waiting for you on CBS Radio's Mitch Miller Show tonight. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Wichita, turn him in! We gotta get him turned to melon!
You're getting too close, Slaughter!
Jimmy, Rusty, over there! I can't turn the bunch in the lead!
Slaughter! Watch out! They'll run you down!
Yeah, get around! Rusty, head off that lead steer! Right! I got him! You don't... Keep milling! That's it! Let's get him slow!
Whoa.
What? Yeah.
That was close, Wichita.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen everything, Slaughter. But I guess I was wrong.
What do you mean?
Riding into that herd the way you did.
You know a better way to turn him?
You could have been run down, killed.
Maybe. Jimmy, come on over here.
Look, Slaughter, up on the ridge.
Small fire.
Could be Indians.
We'll go up and take a look in a minute.
What do you want, Slaughter?
Those two shots that started the stampede. Sounded like they came from over near where you were. You fire those shots, Jimmy? I said, did you fire those shots?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Thought I saw something moving in the dark near me. Figured it could be trouble.
So you just hauled up and blasted away, huh? Pretty spooky with that 6-gun of yours, aren't you?
I tell you, I thought someone was coming at me.
You almost cost us the whole herd. You want 2 of those guns, but 1's too much for you. I'm taking your 6-gun, Jimmy.
No, you ain't, Slaughter.
I'll leave you your rifle in case you run into trouble on the way to Tombstone. But I can't take any more chances on that itchy trigger finger of yours. Now hand it over.
Ain't nobody gonna take my gun away from me. I'll draw on you before I let you.
No, you won't.
Maybe you ain't heard about them 2 men I gunned, Slaughter.
Yeah, you were shooting off your mouth about it in the saloon, but I don't believe it, Jimmy. You never gunned a man. And you're not gonna start now. Now hand it over. But first, let's have it. All right. Now get back to the herd.
Yeah, you've taken a lot away from that kid, Slaughter. First calling him Jimmy, and now taking his gun.
I had no choice.
Even so, you cut him up, and he won't forget it.
You trying to be my conscience or something, Wichita?
No, like you say, I'm just a nosy old man.
Then let's go nose around that fire up on the ridge. There's some dirt on that fire, Wichita. Get it out.
All right. Nobody around here. You know, this could be a signal fire. Think it was Indians that lit it?
I doubt it. I think it was intended as a signal for Jess Hancock, so he could locate the herd.
You suggesting somebody in our outfit set off the fire?
Could be.
But the stampede, we was all there.
Fire could have been lit just before the stampede.
You say somebody in the outfit, that'd include me?
Yeah. Right now, Wichita, there's only one person in the outfit I'm sure of.
Who's that?
Me.
I tell you, I didn't start the fire, Slaughter. I wouldn't help Hancock. I told you I want to get away from him.
I know that's what you told me, Carlotta.
But you don't believe me. You think I'm still Hancock's girl. Why don't you trust me? Why don't you be nice to me, huh? Maybe I could be your muchacha.
Sorry. Right now my job's riding herd on cattle, not women.
Oh, you make me sick. You don't care about nobody but yourself.
Is she right, Slaughter?
What? Oh, Wichita. I might have known you'd be listening.
Yep.
Well, Slaughter, the herd's quieted down. 2 Mexican boys are keeping an eye on it. Did Carlotta admit anything?
No.
I wouldn't trust her any.
I don't, Rusty.
You want us for anything more, or can we turn in?
In a minute. I want to lay out the plans for tomorrow. I think we're in for some trouble.
How so?
We've got 2 possible routes through the country ahead, Rusty. Through a narrow pass or along the river bottom. The question is, which way to take the herd?
You expecting to be dry gulched?
I wouldn't be surprised, Jimmy.
Yeah, that narrow pass would be the logical place for a bushwhacking. Why not take the herd through along the river bottom?
Well, there's one thing wrong with that, Rusty.
Yeah, it could be just what Hancock wants you to do.
Right. He might be trying to outfigure me. There's a lot of willows and underbrush along that river bottom. He could be holed up there. That's why we're going to take the herd through the pass. We'll start right after sunup. I didn't know if my bluff would work or not. It was the only way I could find out who Hancock's spy was. I rode away from camp toward the herd. Whoever it was, I had to give him a chance to make a move. And it didn't take long. Pretty soon I heard muffled hooves moving away. I rode back to camp and took a look. It was Rusty. He was gone.
Carlotta's gone too, Slaughter.
I guess she wasn't so anxious to get away from Hancock as she let on.
So Rusty's gone to tell him that we're bringing the herd through the pass.
It's just what I wanted him to do. Unless he knows his country a lot better than I do, he's going to lead me right to Hancock.
You're going after him?
Yeah. They should give me the slip. We're going to be in for some trouble.
What do you want us to do?
Split the outfit in 2, Wichita. Take half the herd through the pass, the other half through the river bottom. Be ready for trouble, especially in the pass.
Let me take the pass, Slaughter.
You sure you want to?
Yeah, real sure. And I think I can handle it.
I think you can, too. Oh, and you might be needing that 6-gun of yours. Here it is, Jim.
Thanks. Luke?
Slaughter will do. Get moving at sunup. Join up on the other side and wait for me. I picked up Rusty's trail. He was headed for the ridge between the pass and the river bottom. It was getting light when I reached a shortcut where I could gain some ground on him. But I gained too much. Just as I got back to the trail again, a horse came pounding around the bend carrying Rusty and Carlotta. He pulled up when he spotted me and shoved Carlotta off.
Get off!
Then I saw he'd been holding a gun on her. His slug burned my shirt as I dove at him. Slaughter, you... You all right, Carlotta?
See, I think so. Rusty made me go with him. He was taking me back to Hancock. Slaughter.
This came from those rocks up above there. Take cover.
All right. Oh, I can't walk. My ankle is twisted.
All right. I'll carry you. Get her up behind this rock. You'll be all right. There. Sit here. You'll be safe now.
I was wrong about you, Slaughter.
What do you mean?
You do care about somebody beside yourself. Gracias.
It's got to be Hancock up there in those rocks. Here, take my rifle and stay put. I'm going to try and circle around behind him. There was a big shoulder of rock above me and to my left. If I could get around that, I might be able to get behind Hancock if he didn't hear me coming. There he was, 20 yards away, his back to me, his gun in the holster so he could get a better handhold as he edged his way along the rocks. I holstered my own gun and stepped out into the clear. Hancock!
Slaughter.
Yeah. Here I am, Hancock. Now go ahead. Draw.
I don't like it, Wichita. Slaughter should have been here by now.
He'll be along, Jim.
Well, maybe we ought to head up there and see if we can find him. He could be in trouble.
He said wait for him here.
Well, even so, maybe
Here he is, coming up the draw. Carlotta's with him. Ain't that Rusty's horse that she's riding?
Yeah. And Slaughter's leading another one.
Uh-huh. With an empty saddle.
Heard all right?
Yeah, all in one piece, no trouble. But looks like you had some.
A little.
That horse you're leading, is it Hancock's?
It was.
I knew you could outdraw him.
Matter of fact, the draw was about even.
But how come you...
Jim, you got a couple of things to learn. It isn't getting your gun out of your holster that's the most important thing. It's what you do with it once it's out.
Uh-huh. You figure Hancock was after the herd or after Carlotta?
I didn't take time to ask him, Wichita.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington. Written by Robert Stanley with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington in the first of this new series were Lillian Baeff, Eddie Marr, Herb Vigran, Sam Edwards, Junius Matthews, and Vic Perrin. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter. Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Man, I bet I've had about 10 pounds of dust this last couple of weeks.
Won't be much longer, Jim. With luck, we'll be in Tombstone day after tomorrow.
Won't be none too soon for me. Once I get out of this saddle, I'm gonna stay out of it a while.
You never been to Tombstone, Jim. A couple of things you ought to know.
Such as what?
It'll be a pretty wild town. They got some peaceful, law-abiding citizens there, all right. They've also got some of the toughest drifters in the world.
Gunslingers?
Yeah. So remember, you keep that itchy trigger finger of yours under control.
Don't you worry none about me.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Little smoke coming out of that brush over there. Jim, keep the herd headed straight. Come on, Wichita, let's take a look.
Right. Could be a campfire.
Yeah.
This is Indian country around here, ain't it, Slaughter?
Indian country, bandit country, rustler country. You name it.
Well, as soon as we get up to the edge of the wash here, Yeah, there it is. Little campfire down near that clump of ocotillo.
The fire's out, but it's still smoking.
No sign of life around. You reckon...
Hold it. Movement. Back there in the mesquite. All right. Come on out of there. Come out.
I'm coming. Don't you shoot now.
Who are you?
My name's Ralston.
He's got a leg wound, Slaughter.
What are you doing here?
You a marshal?
No.
I got into a scrape in Tombstone. I had to get out.
With a souvenir in your leg, huh?
It's not bad, but it slows me down. My horse got away from me last night, and I couldn't catch it. I had to hold up here.
What kind of scrape were you in?
I didn't do nothing wrong, mister. I'm innocent.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked what kind of scrape.
Slaughter.
Yeah, I see them. Two of them. Rifles across their saddles.
You think this fellow was a decoy to get us into a trap?
No, that's not
Wait a
true.
minute. One of them's wearing a badge.
Yeah. I've seen him before. Taggart, sheriff from Tombstone.
All right, Ralston. Just hold it right where you are. Don't try nothing.
That bad leg of his, Sheriff, I doubt he's going to try much.
With fugitives, I don't take no chances, stranger. Thanks for rounding him up for me.
He's a fugitive, huh?
He sure is. My name's Taggart. I'm the sheriff of Tombstone. It's my deputy, Blackwell. Been trailing Ralston for 2 days now.
What's the charge?
Payroll robbery.
That's a lie.
You keep your mouth shut, Ralston. Everybody in Tombstone knows you did it.
Easy, Blackwell. He ain't gonna make no trouble. We'll see to that.
Payroll robbery, you say?
Yeah, one of the mines. He was supposed to be guarding it. Instead, he took off with it.
You got any witnesses?
We got plenty of evidence.
I asked you if you had any witnesses.
What business is it of yours?
Just a minute, Blackwell. I'm talking to Taggart.
Who are you, stranger?
Luke Slaughter.
Slaughter. I heard of you. Supposed to be pretty fast with a gun, ain't you?
It's a matter of opinion.
You ask me, it's more an opinion.
I didn't ask you, Wichita.
Oh.
You got a warrant for Ralston's arrest, Taggart. Well?
There's no time to get a warrant.
That's funny. Last I heard, there was a judge right there in Tombstone. Wouldn't have taken you very long. How about you busting right across the border without any papers or anything?
Slaughter, you got a bad habit of being insulting. That's a habit I'm going to break.
Now?
Let's take him, Taggart.
Can you take both of us, Blackwell?
We got the drop on you, Slaughter.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, too, Taggart.
Meaning what?
Those rifles of yours are pretty clumsy at close quarters. I don't think you got the drop on me at all. Let's find out.
I'm here to take my prisoner back to Tombstone.
Not without a warrant.
Well, now, you ain't going to
Don't move that rifle unless you're going to use it.
You got a herd out there, Slaughter. You heading for Tombstone?
That's right.
I'll see you in Tombstone.
It's fine with me.
Come on, Blackwell. Here.
Thanks, Slaughter. Thanks a lot.
Get Ralston up behind you, Wichita. Let's get back to the herd. By sunset, 2 days later, we were in Tombstone. We herded the cattle into the pens. Then we went to the Crystal Palace to collect our money from the cattle buyer, Ezra Canfield.
Well, I've checked them cattle over, Slaughter. He's in good condition, considering the distance you brought him. Here's your money.
Count it, Wichita.
Right.
What are your plans now, Slaughter?
Heading right back to Mexico. Pick up another herd.
Good. We got a lot of hungry miners here in Tombstone. Need all the beef we can get.
Now, don't tell me we gotta leave right away, Slaughter. I want to see the sights around here.
Tombstone's not a very good town for you to be wandering around loose in, Jim.
I promise you I won't get in no trouble, Slaughter. I just want to do a little living for a change.
Money's all here.
All right. Jim, take it back to the hotel room. Sit on it.
But what about seeing the sights?
Talk about that later. I'll get moving.
All right, doggone it.
Sounds like you sure spoiled his evening, Slaughter.
Well, I think we can arrange for him to get a couple of breaths of night air around here before we take off.
Taggart just come in.
I see him.
Well, Canfield, look like you ain't too particular who you do business with.
There's nothing wrong with them cattle he sold me, Sheriff. I checked them myself.
That ain't what I meant. I'm talking about Slaughter here obstructing justice, refusing to turn over a fugitive to me. Where are you hiding Ralston now, Slaughter?
You ought to know. You're the sheriff.
What's that signify?
I had a little talk with Ralston on the trail. All he wanted was to be sure of getting back here in one piece to stand a fair trial. Turned himself in to your night guard at the jail.
You're bluffing.
Well, that'll be an easy bluff to call. Why don't you go find out?
I aim to.
He's a pretty poor excuse for a sheriff, Slaughter. But he's all we got.
Well, what do you expect? Who'd want the job? Tombstone's a rough town.
Not too rough for the right man. I think you could be the right man, Slaughter.
Me?
Yeah. There are a lot of us around here who'd like to see law and order established once and for all, Slaughter. And we know about you. Know you can handle the worst of them.
You know, that might not be such a bad idea, if you ask me.
Nobody did, Wichita.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Canfield. My business is cattle, not law enforcement.
In Tombstone, law enforcement's everybody's business. Think it over, Slaughter.
If you was to take the job, Slaughter, I'll bet Jim would be glad to be your deputy.
Yeah, that's all I'd need around here. He'd probably start more fights than he'd stop. Come on.
Slaughter, I wonder about you sometimes. I wonder if you wasn't already a lawman once.
I wonder about you too, Wichita. I wonder if you were born with that big nose of yours, or did you grow it later?
Had it as long as I can remember. But hey, it's raining. I didn't know it ever rained in Tombstone.
It isn't very heavy. Won't last long.
Slaughter.
What is it, Taggart?
What kind of play is this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ralston is what I'm talking about.
I told you. Ralston turned himself in.
Yeah, well, he ain't in the jail now. That cell door is wide open.
What?
And what's more, my night guard's been pistol whipped. Looked like Ralston had a friend helped him to break out. You wouldn't know who that'd be, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Hey, Sheriff. A horse has been stolen from Wilkie's livery stable. That's probably how Ralston made his getaway.
Looks like I got you to thank for this, Slaughter.
Think so?
Yeah. If I handled things my own way, this wouldn't have happened. Next time you cross me is going to be the last time.
Don't be too sure of that, Taggart.
You know, Slaughter, you got a natural talent for making enemies.
A man like Taggart, it isn't hard. Come on. Let's get back to the hotel.
I still don't get it, Slaughter. Why would Ralston have gave himself up and then busted out of jail?
Some men you never know about till they make a move. Ralston didn't do it alone. He had to have a friend.
Maybe his friend convinced him he wouldn't get a fair trial.
Maybe.
Anyway, Slaughter, look, Jim, on the floor.
He's been slugged. He's out cold.
Wait a minute. The cattle money.
Yeah. It's gone.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. Whenever significant events take place, you can count on CBS News to bring you first-hand and well-detailed descriptions of what is happening, often broadcast right from the scene of the event. You can count on CBS Newsmen, too, to make certain that fact is emphasized and conjecture clearly labeled. Each correspondent on staff brings a fine background in reporting to his job. And in the tradition of the CBS newsroom, they all share an uncompromising respect for the truth. So why don't you let CBS News keep you as fully informed as an expert? And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Jim, come on, boy.
Well,
That's it, boy. Come on, come out of it.
you all right, Jim?
Oh, I guess so.
What happened, Jim?
I don't rightly know, Slaughter. I heard a noise. It sounded like it come from outside the window on the balcony.
Yeah?
I went over and stuck my head out to look. Something awful hard hit me on the side of the head. I went down. And then somebody climbed through the window into the room. I tried to get to my feet, and he hit me again. That's the last I remember.
You get a good look at him, Jim?
No, his hat was pulled down low, and he had a bandana over his face.
Was it Ralston?
I don't know. He took the cattle money, didn't he?
Yeah.
Fine guard I turned out to be.
Yeah, it's too late to worry about that. Just be glad you have a hard head.
Slaughter,
Yeah.
it was Ralston.
How do you figure?
Remember that ring he wore? Mexican work, looked like?
What about it?
Had a green stone set in it, carved like a snake's head.
Yeah, I remember.
Here it is. I found it on the floor. Must have been jarred loose when he slugged Jim.
It's a stone, all right. Well, looks like Taggart was right after all.
Well. So you finally wised up to Ralston, huh, Slaughter? Too late, of course.
Maybe not, Taggart. Wichita,
Yeah,
you got the grub ready?
packed in the saddlebags.
Maybe next time you won't interfere when I'm trying to enforce the law.
How about the bedrolls, Wichita?
All ready.
You're going after him, huh?
What do you think?
I think there's a couple of things wrong with that idea.
Like what?
In the first place, you got a poor chance of finding his trail at night in the rain.
Rain's letting up. It'll stop soon. I want to be ready to start trailing as soon as it's light.
The second thing that's wrong is law enforcement is my business, Slaughter, not yours.
That's my money he got away with.
Yeah, but there's still the matter of that mine payroll he's got stashed away somewhere. Look, it's Slaughter. Ain't no sense our being at each other's throats all the time. You crossed me once. It riled me, but I'm willing to let it pass. I figure everybody's entitled to one mistake.
Depends on what the mistake is, doesn't it?
The point is we both want Ralston. Now, the smart thing to do is for us to trail him together. Me and Blackwell, you and Wichita. How about it?
All right, Taggart.
Good. I'll get word to Blackwell right away. He's on his ranch out of town a ways up near Crocker Mesa.
Well, he ain't a full-time deputy, huh?
This town can't afford one. I'll send word to him to meet us in the morning.
We'll be ready at sunup. That's keeping Blackwell, Taggart.
Well, he'll be along any minute, Slaughter.
It's been an hour since the rain stopped. We're wasting time. That trail's going to get cold on us, even if we manage to pick it up in the first place. And that ain't going to be easy.
Easier than you think, maybe.
What do you mean, Taggart?
I had a talk with Wilkie down at the stable last night. That stolen horse had thrown a shoe off of his left hind hoof. Wilkie didn't have a chance to put a new one on.
That'll help some.
Oh, here's Blackwell.
Sorry I'm late, gents. Busted a cinch strap saddling up and had to rig a new one.
No harm, Blackwell. 10 minutes isn't going to make much difference one way or another.
Does to me.
All right, gentle down, Slaughter. Now, I figure Ralston headed south, out of town towards the border. We'll cover that area first. Let's get moving, gents.
Looks like that was a bum hunch of yours about Ralston headed for the border, Taggart. You've covered every trail leading south out of Tombstone.
Well, like I say, Slaughter, everybody's entitled to one mistake. Gotta admit, it was logical to reckon he'd be headed straight south.
We covered most of the country west of town, too.
Well, we'd just keep circling. Maybe he took off to the north.
Hold up.
What is it?
Over there.
Tracks.
I'll take a closer look.
What about it, Blackwell?
Yeah. This is the one we're looking for, all right. No shoe on the left hind hoof.
Heading straight west.
Yeah. From the San Pedro River.
Let's move. The tracks lead right into the river.
Yeah, it's an old trick, but it still works. Probably rode up or downstream a ways, then out on the other side. This trail's gonna be tough to find again over there. That's pretty rocky ground.
So I see.
When we do pick it up again, I'll bet it turns south. I still think he's heading for the border.
Let's cross and split up. 2 upstream, 2 downstream.
Right.
Yeah. Whoever picked that trail on the other side fired 2 shots.
Right.
Dang, if I can figure a fellow like Ralston out, Slaughter. I sure never figured he'd take this way of paying you back for everything you done for him.
Hold it here, Wichita.
What's the matter?
Let Taggart and Blackwell get out of sight around that bend. Now let's get back to the riverbank.
I don't get it, Slaughter.
We're not going to look for tracks on the other side of the river. We're going to look for them on this side.
I still don't know what you...
Get off your horse. Now take a look. A close look at those tracks we've been trailing, Wichita. Well?
There's a little dry dirt in the bottom of each one.
Yeah. It was raining last night when Ralston's supposed to have stolen our money and the horse and made his getaway.
Yeah, rain stopped about an hour before sunup.
And these tracks were made after it stopped raining. That's why you see dry dirt where the hooves cut through the wet.
Wait a minute. You mean somebody rigged this trail to lead us on a wild goose chase?
It's just what we're going to find out. We worked our way along the riverbank. Half a mile upstream, we picked up the tracks coming back out of the river and circling. We followed them, headed northwest. 20 minutes later, we came over a rise and spotted a small ranch house in the hollow below. The only sign of life was a few buzzards clustered on a mound in a little gully behind the ranch. We left our horses concealed and worked our way down the slope under cover. Buzzards reluctantly took flight. We saw what had been buried in the mound, or what was left of it.
Ralston's body.
Yeah. Whoever stole our cattle money busted Ralston out of jail, forced him out here, and killed him.
Yeah. Question is, who done it? Whose ranch is this?
See over there to the right? It's Crocker's Mesa.
Crocker's Mesa? Taggart said Blackwell had a ranch near Crocker's Mesa, so Blackwell's our man.
Looks like it.
We better get back to that ranch house before Blackwell gets back.
Might be too late. If they figure we tumbled to the fake trail, they could circle back here to the ranch ahead of us.
They? You mean Taggart, too?
We'll soon find out. Keep down as much as you can. We'll circle around the corral
There's
here.
Taggart on the porch with a rifle.
Get down. That answer your question about Taggart?
Sure does.
No doubt about it. They're in it together.
There he goes, inside the house.
We gotta bust him out of that house somehow. Wait a minute. That wagon there beside the corral.
Eh?
When I give the word, we'll head for it. Get behind it.
Yeah, all right.
Now.
Well, what now?
The ground slopes down to the house from here. Let's get this wagon moving. It'll cover us. Now, shout. Stay close behind it. Be ready to shoot when it hits.
She's heading right for the house.
Stay low.
Yeah, sure will. There she goes.
Come on, fast.
Yeah, there's Blackwell at the window.
I'll get him.
Oh!
Hold it, Taggart. Drop your gun. Drop it.
All right, Slaughter. All right.
Don't try it. Hey!
My, he took a little convincing.
Where's the money, Blackwell? Where is it?
Under a loose board in the floor.
Loose board. I got it. Yeah. Here's our cattle money, all right. And the mine payroll.
Well, I guess that's that.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, Slaughter, appears to me you was taking quite a chance. Just winging Blackwell and knocking out Taggart instead of gunning him down. You don't owe them no favors.
I wasn't doing him any favor, Wichita. I was just saving him.
Saving him? For what?
The citizens of Tombstone.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington. Written by Robert Stanley with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Junius Matthews, Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Moyles, and Frank Gerstle. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Special score for Luke Slaughter was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Stay tuned now for Frontier Gentlemen, following immediately on most of these same stations of the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory, from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected, or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Like a violent storm or an earthquake, you can feel a lynching coming on long before it arrives. And there was lynch in the air that afternoon in Tombstone.
Well, if you gents is so uncommon concerned over a few rustlers, why don't you catch 'em same as I do?
Hello, Sutton.
Afternoon, Slaughter.
Yeah, I got me one in jail right now. My boys picked him up red-handed last night.
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, we may be in for trouble. Listen.
There's only one thing good enough for rustlers, I say, and that's hanging. I caught me one, and that's what's going to happen to him.
McCardle!
I say, huh? Well, looky here. 2 stalwarts of the Cattlemen's Association. You gents gonna come around to the courthouse and see the fun?
What fun, McCardle.
What fun? Why, ain't you heard? My wranglers caught a rustler on my spread last night. Caught him red-handed, butchering a yearling. We're gonna hang him this afternoon.
It's not up to the judge.
The judge? Why, this is a plain case of out-and-out law-breaking, and I aim to see justice done.
When is the trial?
The trial. Oh, yeah. The trial is going to be at 2 o'clock. And all you gents is invited. Come on, everybody. Let's go to the trial.
See what I mean, Slaughter?
Yeah, I do, Sutton. We'd better go to the courthouse. See to it that McCardle doesn't do something we'll all have to answer for.
The court will now come to order. The deputy will bring in the prisoner.
Say, Sutton.
What is it, Slaughter?
I think I know that man.
What's your name?
Yancey Bell.
I do know him.
You know the charge. Cattle rustling. Now, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Neither one.
Well, you gotta plead one or the other.
Well, I don't.
Well, who's the plaintiff in this case?
Why, you know dang well I am, Judge. And he pleads guilty. My men caught him butchering a yearling with my brand on it and my property. Now, come on, let's get this over with.
Hold your horses, McCardle.
I ain't holding no horses. You make your decision so us law-abiding people can string this hombre up.
Well, a man's entitled to a fair trial.
Well, he's getting it. Now, come on, say it.
Your Honor.
Slaughter, you stay out of this.
Your Honor, I know this man. Hello, Yancey.
Luke. Luke Slaughter.
It's been a long time since Vicksburg. I recognized you even without the cavalry uniform.
What is this?
I'll tell you what it is, McCardle. This man and I soldiered together in the Illinois cavalry during the war. Unless he's changed a lot since those days, he's not a thief.
You're butting into my business, Slaughter.
This is a public trial, McCardle. And I'm taking on the job of this man's attorney. Any objections, Your Honor?
Why, no. No.
Now tell the court, Yancey. Did you butcher that yearling?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Why?
Because I was hungry. I don't know this part of the country, and I didn't know I was so close to town.
You intend to pay for it?
I would have if there'd been anybody to pay.
Do you have any money?
I had $500 Mexican until last night.
What happened to it?
The men who jumped me took it.
Ah, that's a lie! A lie! You going to take the word of a stranger against my men?
Being a stranger doesn't make him a liar. He's not a stranger to me, McCardle. Now, what do you figure that yearling was worth?
What's that got to do with it?
I'm going to pay for it and request the court to release the accused.
What?
$15. That ought to cover it.
You can't do that.
I am doing it. If the court so pleases.
Well, yes. Under the circumstances, restitution having been made and motive explained.
What? Are you going to let this thief and rustler go?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I put you on that bench, Judge, and I'm going to take you off of it. You can't get away with this.
And this is a court of law, Mr. McCardle. You cannot intimidate the bench with threats. Case dismissed.
Why, you...
Thank you, Luke. Thank you.
I'm staying down at the San Jose house, Yancey. Let's get your stuff and go down there so we can talk in private.
You'll pay for this, Slaughter.
I already have $15. Come on, Yancey.
Oh, this feels good. I haven't been on a bed in over 2 weeks.
You weren't on a bed for 2 years during the war.
Yeah, that's right. You realize it's been nearly 15 years?
Yeah. We were kids then, Yancey. Greenhorn kids. What have you been doing since?
Went east for a while, New York. Big town was too much for me, though. Finally went home to Quincy a couple of years back, and I got married.
That too much for you, too?
She died 6 months ago in childbirth. Kid died, too.
I'm sorry, Yancey.
So that's why I come out here. Starting all over again, you might call it. How about you, Luke?
Well, cattle's been my business since the war. Kansas, Texas, Tombstone.
You must be mighty big in these parts. That was quite a show you put on in the courtroom.
No, you were getting a raw deal.
You mind if I take my boots off? Feet are kind of swelled in.
No, go ahead. Stretch out. You're welcome to anything I've got till you get organized.
That's mighty nice of you, Luke. Especially since I've been cleaned.
Yeah, that's the least I could do. I remember a sniper one night about 4 weeks into the siege of Vicksburg, and what you did about him.
That's long ago, Luke. Forget it.
Man doesn't forget things like that. Hey, you've lost a spur.
Yeah, those Jaspers weren't very polite when they jumped me last night.
Took 500 Mexican silver, huh?
Yep. I aim to get it back, though.
Well, I'll handle that for you. You just take it easy. I got some work to do over at the Cattle Association office. Yancey, you aren't leaving anything out on this yearling butchering, are you?
When I get ready to lie to you, I'll let you know in advance, Luke.
Yeah. Well, you'll get some rest. I'll be back about supper time. Hold it, Sutton.
Oh, I was just closing the office.
Well, I'll close up later. I want to check on the bills of sale on that last herd I brought up from Texas.
Yeah, all right. Say, that was quite a stunt you pulled in court today.
Well, the way I figured it, Yancey Bell was being railroaded. I would have stopped that even if I didn't know him.
Yeah, some of the boys thought you was taking a little too much into your own hands.
Wasn't that just what McCardle was trying to do?
Yeah, I suppose so. But how do you know he's innocent?
He says so.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll tie on the feedback. See you later.
So long, Sutton.
Slaughter! Hey, Slaughter! Slaughter, wake up! Wake up!
Oh,
Come on
Sutton. I must have dozed off. Say, what time is it anyway?
Time? Why, it's almost 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. I forgot all about supper.
Slaughter, listen to me.
What are you so all fired upset about?
There's been a shooting at the Crabtree livery stable, right next to the San Jose house where you're staying.
Who got shot?
Drake McCardle.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. A trio of rough and ready prospectors make trouble for our frontier gentleman, J.B. Kendall, in his next dramatic exploit on CBS Radio. The trouble starts when a young hitchhiker, whom Kendall has picked up, discovers gold. For more Western thrills, stay with us on CBS Radio right after Luke Slaughter, as most of these same stations bring you another exciting adventure with our frontier gentleman. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Excuse me. Let me through.
Let
me through there.
Hello, Slaughter.
Hello, Sheriff.
I've been wondering if you'd show up. Let me see your gun.
What for?
Seems to me you'd know the answer to that. There was bad blood between McCardle and you, wasn't there?
Here, look at it.
Uh-huh. Well, it ain't been fired. Or it's been cleaned awful fast.
That gun hasn't been out of its holster all day.
All right. Now, you know anything about this?
I only heard about it 5 minutes ago, Sheriff. When did it happen?
About an hour ago.
Where's the body?
Inside the livery stable there.
Is that where it happened?
You're asking an awful lot of questions, Slaughter.
Now, let's get one thing straight, Sheriff. I'm as interested in who committed this murder as you are, maybe even more so. If I get him before you do, I'll turn him over to you.
All right. Why, you cattlemen can't leave things to the law.
Where did it happen?
Right here in the alley, in front of the livery stable.
Anybody see it?
Jack Crabtree, the owner of the stable. Hey, Jack.
Yeah, Sheriff?
You come here. This gent wants to know what you seen.
All right, I'll tell him. I sure will. Oh, hello there, Mr. Slaughter. Missed the fun, didn't you? Well, darndest thing I ever saw. I was telling the sheriff and the boys here
Just tell me what happened, Jack.
Well, I was sitting back there by the harness rack working on a snaffle bit, and I heard somebody singing out here in the alley. You know how a man will sing when he's had a couple of snorts. Appeared from the sound that he was a-coming in. About that time, I looked up, but I couldn't see very well because it was dark, and I was back inside there under the lantern, you see? Then the singing stopped, and somebody said, "Drake, I'm going to kill you." Then there was a shot, and McCardle fell right here. Of course, I didn't know it was McCardle then.
You know who made the threat?
Nope, don't. I doused the lantern in a hurry, 'cause I was a setting duck, you see? Then I got down behind a bale of hay and waited.
Do you hear anything else?
Just one thing. A man a-sobbing. Oh, it's an awful thing to hear a man sob. It's just... Well, I got up then, come out here, and looked around real cautious-like. 'Twas nobody in the alley excepting Drake McCardle's body. That's when I ran to get the sheriff.
Thank you, Jack.
You reckon you know who did it?
That's my job, Jack. You just give me the information. I'll take care of finding the killer.
Well, sure, Sheriff, sure. Well, that's all I know.
Jack, would you recognize that voice if you heard it again?
Well, now, that's a good question. A good question. 'Cause when a man says, "I'm going to kill you," he don't use a voice like he was saying, "Give me a glass of beer." It's a real strange, if you know what I mean. It makes you shiver, kind of.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Slaughter, where's that friend of yours? That rustler you bought out of jail this afternoon.
He's not a rustler, Sheriff. I don't know where he is right now, but I'll find him. And if I think he did this, I'll turn him over to you.
Where you going?
Up to my room. Wash up and get some supper. Any objections?
Don't try to leave town.
Don't worry.
Hello, Luke. You missed the excitement.
Oh, you know about it.
Couldn't very well help it. Quite a commotion out there in the alley.
How come you didn't go out and join the crowd?
Well, I look at it this way. I'm new here and none too popular with the law and some of the people. Somebody might jump to conclusions. Figured I'd just stay out of it.
I see you cleaning your gun, Yancey.
Mm-hmm.
You mind if I take a look at it?
Yes, Luke, I mind.
Why?
Because a man's gun is his own business. Unless he's done something wrong with it.
Have you?
Depends on how you look at it.
Yancey, I want to see that gun.
Then you'll have to take it away from me, Luke.
Give it to me.
No.
I said give it to me. This gun's been fired recently, Yancey.
I didn't say it hadn't.
Did you kill Drake McCardle?
It isn't the question you're asking, Luke. It's the way you're asking it. I'm not going to answer you.
I'm trying to help you, Yancey. I'm trying to help you.
Then you'll have to find some other way to do it. I told you, when I get ready to lie, I'll let you know in advance.
You crazy fool.
Well, Slaughter, I thought you was going out for some supper.
I'm changing my mind, Sheriff. You have anything new on the killing?
I'm working on it, Slaughter. I'm working on it. Ain't very much to go on so far.
Well, what about McCardle's enemies?
Oh, he had lots of them. He was a pretty bull-headed man. If he couldn't get his way by asking for it, he got it by force.
I know that. You know of anything that happened today that'd make somebody want to shoot him?
Well, you're about the best man to answer that question. You beat him out in court, and he didn't like it at all.
Did you turn up any clues in the alley next to the body?
Clues?
Well, empty cartridges, footprints, anything like that?
Yeah, there were some cartridges, but they was old ones. As for footprints, with all them people milling around afterwards, there was lots of them.
Nothing at all,
One thing. Might not mean nothing at all, and again it might. This.
Broken spur.
Yeah. Well, I see you got both yours, so that lets you out. But when I find the man who's missing one, I sure want to talk to him.
Can I borrow that for a little while?
What for?
I saw a man with one spur missing today. This might make two missing.
Just point him out to me.
No, Sheriff. This is my play. I'll make it alone.
We had one killing. We don't want another.
There won't be. If I can help it. Yancey! Yancey! Now, what? Hey, Pop.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Slaughter.
You been on duty all evening?
Oh, yeah, ever since supper.
That man I brought in with me this afternoon, Yancey Bell. Did you see him go out?
Mm-hmm. About 10, 15 minutes ago.
Did he say where he was going?
Well, he asked me was there a place to get drunk, good and drunk. I told him he could do that most anywhere, but the Crystal Palace was the biggest saloon in town.
Did he go there?
Well, I can't say. He just headed out the door. Say, he looked awful, like he'd been in a fight or something.
He had. He may be in another one. Where'd you get the money to buy that liquor, Yancey?
Hello, Luke. Have a drink.
Where'd you get the money?
I got it.
Where?
From the people who owed it to me. Here, help yourself.
Did you take it by force?
You might say that. But it was mine in the first place.
Let me see your spurs, Yancey.
Spurs? What for?
Just let me look.
Sure.
You were missing one this afternoon. Now you're missing two.
Sure am.
Does that one fit where the left one's broken off?
Can't tell without trying, can we? Let's see. Yeah, it fits. Where'd you find it?
In the alley, back of the San Jose house, near Drake McCardle's body.
I guess it must have broken off there.
Then you were in the alley.
Luke, it's customary for a man to put his horse up at the stable nearest to his hotel. Sure, I was in that alley.
Yancey, let me have your gun. I'm going to turn you over to the sheriff.
You're going too far, Luke. A man's entitled to his privacy and his pride, and you're going too far.
I'm taking you in.
No, you're not.
Drop your gun belt, Yancey.
I'm warning you, Luke. I'll shoot. Now make your play.
You want to know who killed McCardle? I'll tell you who killed him.
It's the judge.
Drunkard and a hoot-owl. You can't push a man around forever, I told him. A man's got some rights. A man can be pushed so far, and then I did his dirty work for him. I was covering up for his rustling. And the first decent thing I do, letting that fellow off, he has his riders jump me and beat me. I told him, I said to him, Drake, I'm going to kill you. And he didn't think I could do it. But I did. I did it. Just like this. He was mean, and he deserved it. I didn't.
Easy, Judge. It's all over now.
I'll take him, Slaughter.
All right, Sheriff.
Come on, Judge.
Yancey.
Yeah, Luke?
I made a mistake.
A man can't always be right, Luke. I understand.
Thanks.
Now, about my gun and this money.
No, you don't have to tell me. Like you said, a man's entitled to his privacy.
I want to tell you. I was out east of town late this afternoon practicing on rattlesnakes when one of the hands that jumped me last night came along. I guess I got a little mad. He had $20 on him, so I took that on deposit.
Why were you practicing shooting?
Because no man living can call me a cattle rustler. If the judge hadn't gotten him first, I'd have killed McCardle.
Was it that important to you?
Pride's a real funny thing, Luke. I guess I don't have to tell you that.
No, I guess not. Can I buy you a drink, Yancey?
Now, that would make me right happy, Luke. And then I'm going to buy you one.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Alan Botzer with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Lou Merrill, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, Sam Edwards, Junius Matthews, and Norm Alden. Music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Now stay tuned for Frontier Gentlemen, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected, or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
You get used to gunfire in Tombstone. Usually you hear a single shot, or at most two. And one gunslinger goes back to the bar and the other goes to Boot Hill. But when you hear a whole fusillade of shots in the middle of the afternoon, you think of the OK Corral and head for cover.
Why, that ain't no gun battle, Luke. It's just a local cowhand.
Yeah, I just hope he keeps shooting in the air, Wichita.
What, say? Ain't that young Page Webster?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Hi, Luke! Wichita, you old ran-a-hand!
What are you up to, Page?
I want you gents to be the first to shake my hand.
What for, Page? Trying to outshoot Billy the Kid?
Oh, no, I'm just shooting up the barrel because I'm happy. Luke, I'm going to get me married.
Married?
No. Yes, sirree. I just popped the question to Selena Cordell, and she said yes.
Oh, that's great, Page. That's just great.
Yeah. Man's got to make that mistake sometime, I guess.
Yes, sirree. And I want you to be my best man, Luke.
Well, now that's an honor I wouldn't want to miss. When's the wedding?
When? Well, my gosh, man, you can't settle everything the first minute. I just found out she'd have me. We're going to discuss the details this evening.
Yeah, all right. Get your spurs back on the ground.
Oh, excuse me, gents.
Howdy, stranger.
Just come in on the afternoon stage. Thought maybe you could tell me a good place to put up for the night.
Why, sure, you just...
Wait a minute. Say, ain't you Page Webster? Why, sure you are.
Hello, Burley.
Well, now, that's hardly a friendly greeting to a cousin who ain't seen you in a dog's age.
Be all right with me if I never see you again.
I don't know why you're holding a grudge against me. Well, ain't you going to introduce me to your friends, Page?
Luke Slaughter, Wichita. This here's my cousin from Texas, Burley Webster.
Cousin, huh? Welcome to Tombstone, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Page don't seem to be on the welcoming committee, though.
What are you doing here, Burley?
Oh, easy now, boy. I'm just going through on my way back to Texas from San Francisco.
You in the cattle business, Mr. Webster?
No, I'm not.
He's a gambler, Luke. Is a no-good, no-account gambler.
What's that mouth of yours, cousin? Way I figure it, Mr. Slaughter, a man makes a living the best way he knows how. I happen to make mine with my hands.
I see. Well, you're looking for a place to stay overnight. I'd recommend the San Jose house. It's good enough for me.
Well, then I'm sure it'll suit me, if you'll kindly direct me.
Help Mr. Webster with his bags, Wichita.
Why, sure. You come with me, Mr. Webster. It's right down the street here.
Thank you.
I gather you ain't never been to Tombstone.
Oh, never have.
There goes a snake bigger than a Texas rattler, Luke.
It's a strange thing to call a blood relative, Page.
Oh, that don't make no difference. You don't know what he's done to me.
What?
Well, I never told you this, Luke. I never told nobody. But my family died back in Texas when I was just a little Schaefer, and his folks took me in. Well, a few years ago, there was a killing. Nobody ever proved who did it, but he threw suspicion on me, and after that, folks just didn't want me around. That's why I came out here.
If you didn't do it, why did you run away, Page?
Well, what would you do? He was top dog, slick with cards and smart with the gals. I was just the poor kid cousin. You can't draw to an inside straight like that.
Well, now, you've drawn some real right cards since you've been in Tombstone, Page. You've got yourself a small outfit, and you got the makings for a good cattleman. Now you're going to be married. You're supposed to be happy.
Well, I am happy, Luke. Of course I am. But I Sure wish he hadn't shown up right now.
He'll be on the El Paso stage tomorrow morning. I'll forget about it.
All right, Luke, I will. Doggone it, I'm going down to the Crystal Palace and start celebrating.
Don't overdo it, Page.
Well, you know me, Luke. I never drink too much.
You better not. You're going to be a married man before you know it.
Yeah, say, imagine that, Luke. Me, a married man.
Howdy, Luke.
Hi, Wichita.
They rung the supper gong yet?
Not yet. Sit down. Enjoy the sunset.
Seems like every night they ring it later and later.
It only seems like it.
Maybe. Lots of things seem like what they ain't, if you ask me.
Well, I didn't, but what are you trying to tell me?
Well, since you are asking me, I'm a little discombobulated by them two Webster cousins.
Why?
Well, this afternoon I kind of got the idea they didn't get along none too well.
They don't.
Yeah, that's why I'm discombobulated.
What do you mean?
Well, I come from the Crystal Palace just now, and them two was thicker than fleas. Page looked like he'd been using his roping arm to heist a glass too many times.
He was drunk, huh?
They weren't sober. And the two of them was playing poker, Luke. Just the two of them. High stakes, too, seemed like.
Maybe I'd better take a walk down that way.
Good evening, Mr. Slaughter.
Good evening, Miss Cordell.
Evening, Mom.
Good evening. You know where I could find Page, Mr. Slaughter?
Well, I haven't seen him since he told us the good news this afternoon, Miss Cordell. I'd like to congratulate you, both of you.
Thank you. Well, I wonder where he could be. We were going to discuss the wedding plans this evening.
Yes, he told me. Look, Miss Cordell, why don't you let me find him for you?
Well, I don't want to bother
You just sit down here and enjoy the cool of the evening with Wichita. I'll go look for him.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Slaughter.
I'll be right back.
Now, I'll just tell you what I'm going to do, Cousin Burley. Your little old king don't scare me none at all. I'm going to call you and raise you $50.
Page, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
What? Well, now, look here. If ain't my old friend Luke Slaughter.
You've had enough, Page, both poker and liquor. How much have you lost?
Ain't lost nothing. All my ready cash is there in the pot.
Leave it. Let's get out of here.
Luke, let me ask you. How much is my little outfit worth?
You know better than I do.
Well, sure I do, but I just want my cousin from Texas to hear it.
Oh, Page is powerful proud of that little outfit, as he calls it, Slaughter.
He should be. In 2 years, he's built it from nothing to around $1,900 in stock and equipment.
There. You hear that, Burley? I may not be the biggest pea in the pod, but I'm in it.
Pretty small pod, seems to me. All right, now. I call your 50 and raise it 300. What does your little outfit say about that?
Page, for the...
No, just a minute. 300, eh? Well, now, that requires a little study.
Drop out, Page. Let him have it.
No, not so fast, Luke. You hold on now. He's got 2 aces, a king and a deuce showing. And I got me 2 kings, an ace, and a 8 spot. Now, that makes the whole card tell a difference, don't it? Yes, it sure does.
Come on, put up or shut up, cousin. This ain't no kid game. We left that back in Texas.
Turn your cards over, Page.
Now, you heard what my little outfit's worth, Burley.
Page, listen to me.
I'll bet it. I'll bet it all.
2 years of your life. You'll bet that and your future.
I bet it, and you got a witness, Burley.
I'll pay to see that whole card. Your call.
That's dandy. That's just dandy. I got me the case king, and that makes 3 of them.
Oh, that's good, Page, but not good enough. 3 aces, Page.
3 aces? But I was short.
Come on, Page.
Yeah, I guess I better, Luke.
Oh, You can give me the bill of sale for your outfit in the morning, Page. That'll be soon enough. I'll trust you till then.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have it for you at the hotel in the morning. Come on, Luke.
Why did you do it, Page? Why?
He knitted me. He's always knitted me. He did it again. Just like when we was kids back in Texas.
2 years of your life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just a weak-kneed paperback fool.
No, you're not. Something's eating at your insides. When you learn what it is, you'll be a man.
Luke, what am I going to tell Selena?
You're going to face up to what you've done and tell her the truth. She's waiting at the hotel for you.
No, I can't face her like this after I lost everything. You tell her, Luke, will you? Please, Luke, tell her anything.
Paige, are you going to keep running away all your life?
Well, I don't know. I guess so. I think I'm going to be sick, Luke.
Here. Get yourself a room and straighten out. I'll tell her something. We can talk this out tomorrow.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you.
I don't know why I bother, Paige. I guess I must think you're worth it.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. Start your day well informed. Join us on most of these same stations every morning as radio's World News Roundup calls in our newsmen stationed in news capitals like Washington, London, Rome, Bonn, Paris, or Tokyo for eyewitness reports on the big news stories of the day. Then on weekday evenings, hear Edward R. Murrow with the news. His personal knowledge of people and places, his years of experience in reporting the news, put the stamp of authority on every broadcast he makes. Hear Edward R. Murrow with the news tomorrow night. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Cordell, standing up to the bar, minding my own business.
Excuse me, Wichita.
Well, sure.
Miss Cordell?
Yes, Mr. Slaughter?
I found him.
Well, where is he?
Miss Cordell, when a man's getting married, he's sometimes... Well, in Page's case, he did. Well, what I mean to say is he's had too much to drink.
What?
And he lost quite a bit at gambling.
Isn't that just like a man?
Well, most men, if you ask me.
Nobody did, Wichita.
Oh.
I'm sure I'll explain it to you in the morning, Miss Cordell.
I'm not so sure I want him to. If he's going to go out and drink and gamble on the very day he's proposed to me, what will he be up to after he's married me?
Evening, Slaughter. Excuse me for interrupting, but when there's a pretty gal around, I ain't going to make too many excuses.
Well, you'll have to excuse us, Webster. We're busy.
Webster?
Well, now, miss, I see you know the name. Could that be maybe because you're a friend of my young cousin, Paige Webster?
Why, yes.
Well, then I'm right happy to make your acquaintance, miss. I'm Burley Webster, Paige's cousin from Texas.
How do you do, Mr. Webster? I'm Selina Cordell.
My, that's a right pretty name to go with an even prettier gal, if you'll excuse me being so bold, Miss Cordell.
Maybe I ought to tell you right now, Webster. Miss Cordell is engaged to your cousin.
I must say he picked himself the prettiest filly in the corral.
And I must say that sounds like Texas flattery to me.
Oh, ain't nothing of the kind. Only I sure am sorry I can't stay on here, now that I've made up with you, Miss Cordell.
Why, thank you.
But of course, I could change my mind.
You said you were leaving on the morning stage.
Man can always change his mind, Slaughter. Now, Miss Cordell, since we've been introduced proper-like, you'd do me a great honor if you'd let me take you to the nicest dining room in town for some supper. You just point it out.
Well, Mr. Slaughter, will you be seeing Paige again tonight?
I don't expect to.
Well, if you do see him, tell him I'm with his cousin, getting the attention I should be getting from him.
My arm, Miss Cordell. Now, let me tell you about Page when we was kids back in Texas.
Say, he sure is a smooth talker, ain't he, Luke? Only that don't sound like cousin talk to me.
He's got Page's outfit. Now he's after his girl.
Ain't much you can do about it, is there, Luke?
I don't know, Wichita. I don't know. But I'm sure gonna try. Webster, I want to talk to you.
Slaughter. I thought you'd be in bed by now.
I've been waiting up for you. Where's Miss Cordell?
Don't see that's any of your business. But she's safe home for tonight.
Meaning?
Tomorrow's another day.
You aren't going to be here tomorrow, Webster.
What'd you say?
You're leaving Tombstone right now.
Oh, am I?
Yes. You recognize this deck of cards?
Oh, what about it?
This is the deck you used when you beat your cousin out of his outfit. It's a marked deck.
Where'd you find that?
In your room upstairs.
What call you got going through my stuff?
I never gone through a man's belongings before without his permission. I made an exception in your case.
Well, I've got a good notion to...
To what? Webster, I'm going to give you a choice. There's a saddled horse at the hitching bar out back with your bag strapped on. You get on it and head east out of Tombstone and don't look back. Or you get set to draw.
Sure. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Slaughter? You being the fastest gun in the territory.
Which'll it be?
Well, now, this is a one-horse town anyway. No sense in getting ruffled up over it.
Which will it be?
Couldn't be that you want Selena for yourself, could it?
Get going.
Oh, sure, Slaughter, sure. Anything you say.
Who's that?
Luke Slaughter.
Morning, Luke.
How you feeling, boy?
Better, I guess. I don't know.
What are you figuring to do now?
I don't know, Luke. I just don't know what to do.
Seems to me there's nothing much left for you in Tombstone. You lost your outfit, and from the way she talked last night, you've lost your girl.
It don't surprise me none.
I'll be glad to stake you to $100 to get started somewhere else.
Well, thanks, Luke. You're a real friend.
Yeah. Let's see. It's 9 o'clock now. Suppose you come over to my hotel at 10. I'll have the money for you.
And I'll pay you back someday, Luke. I don't know when, but I will.
Sure you will. I'll see you in an hour.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Slaughter.
Good morning, Miss Cordell. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Is Page all right?
He's all right. But why do you care?
Oh, I'm worried and worried about him.
You weren't talking that way last night.
I know, but that was last night, and I've thought and thought about it. I haven't slept a wink, Mr. Slaughter. I was wrong saying what I did. Page did me the honor of asking me to be his wife, and I was proud to accept. Oh, Mr. Slaughter, that's sacred. A man and a woman have got to forgive each other many things before they're really husband and wife. I mean, well, I love him, Mr. Slaughter.
What about his cousin?
Oh, him, he's nothing but a fast-talking ladies' man. Page is worth 5 of him.
That's just what I wanted to hear. Miss Cordell, I'm going to ask you to do something.
What, Mr. Slaughter?
I want you to be an actress.
Mr. Slaughter!
It's just for a few minutes. For Page's sake.
All right. I'd do anything for him.
All right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Be down at the San Jose house.
You've thunk up some good uns in your time, Luke, but I declare this hornswoggle beats them all.
I hope so, Wichita.
Oh, here he comes.
Well, here I am. 10 o'clock on the dot.
Afraid I have some bad news for you, Page. I can't give you the money.
But you said...
I know. Maybe I should say I've changed my mind.
But you told me...
When are you going to stop whimpering like a scrubby calf?
But you promised.
Why don't you just start walking? Maybe you'll find some sheep herders who'll help you out.
But look, all I'm asking is to borrow the money you promised to lend me.
I don't think you're good for it, Page.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll just get along with it.
Hello, Paige.
Oh. Hello, Selina.
Where have you been since you asked me to marry you? Let's see. When was that? Why, I declare it was only yesterday.
I had a little trouble, Selina.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, I lost some money.
Gambling, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right, Selina.
A man who'll go out and gamble on the very day he proposes mustn't want to be married very much.
Oh, Selina, that's not so.
Must be, or you'd pay a little more attention to me like your cousin did.
Burley? You know him?
Mr. Slaughter introduced us. He's a very attractive man.
He's a dirty, misbegotten sidewinder.
Why, Paige, what a thing to say about your own cousin.
Oh, Selina, you don't like him.
He took me to supper last night. After all, you weren't around.
Selina...
It appears like you're an extra spoke in the wheel, Page. Why don't you slope like you've been planning to?
I'll go when I get good and ready.
No. You'll go now.
You get your hands off me, Luke.
You want me to throw you out?
Oh, you just try it.
I'll be glad to.
What? You may be able to do it, Luke, but you're going to know you've been in a fight. I ain't running anymore, Luke, and you ain't going to beat me. Now, you get up, Luke. That felt good, and I'm going to do it again. Come on. Get up.
No, I've had enough, Page. I quit.
Oh, that's fine. That's just fine. Now I'm going to find me that no-good, mealy-mouthed cousin and do the same thing.
Page, wait a minute.
He's gone, Paige. He left town last night.
Gone? You mean he isn't taking over my outfit? Say, what is this?
Well, if you'll stop being a man long enough to let Selina get a word in, I think she can tell you.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you. Come on, Paige. We've already lost a whole day of planning.
By jogies, it worked. The hornswoggle worked.
Yes, Wichita did. It's the first time I've ever let a man whip me. But it was worth it.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Alan Botzer, with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley, and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Sidney Scott, Junius Matthews, Chet Stratton, and Joseph Kearns. Music composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Now stay tuned for Frontier Gentlemen, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory, from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
You get used to all kinds of people in Tombstone. Miners from above and below the border. Cowboys, legitimate and illegitimate. Chinese who cook your meals or your shirts. All kinds. But one afternoon, Wichita and I spotted a new brand.
Say, will you look at that dude with the white hair and goatee? If he ain't the high mucky-muck of something, I miss my guess.
Looks more to me like a traveling preacher.
Yeah, but the other ain't no deacon from his looks.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
I wonder if you could give us a direction, sir. I'm not too familiar in these parts, and let me introduce myself. I'm Colonel Everett. This is my business associate, Mr. Granby.
Howdy. Howdy. Slaughter's my name. This is Wichita.
Howdy.
What is it you're looking for, Colonel?
Well, we're heading for the Meeker place. I believe it's just outside of Tombstone somewhere.
That's right. Cal Meeker's spread's about 3 miles north. The Lazy M. You can't miss it.
Thank you. Thank you for your courtesy, sir.
Not at all. Oh, Mr. Granby.
Yeah?
Haven't we met somewhere before?
Met? No, I don't guess so, mister. It's the first time I've ever been in Arizona.
Well, now, I haven't spent all my life here either. I'd swear we'd met someplace.
Well, thank you for the directions, Mr. Slaughter. We'll get along to the Lazy M. Come on, Granby. So, that's the way of it, Mr. Meeker. I'm sorry.
No, wait a minute, Colonel Everett. This is my land. I homesteaded it. Got my title straight from the government.
You don't listen very good, Meeker. The colonel told you he's got the original grant on this land, dated way back in 52, before you ever saw Arizona.
That's right, sir. My title's all official and registered.
But Mexico sold this land to the U.S. in 53.
And the United States honored all prior claims.
Right so, Granby. Now, I am ordering you to get off my property in 2 days, Meeker. And I'm giving you a choice.
A choice?
Drive your cattle off this spread within 2 days, or leave 'em, and I'll give you $5 a head for 'em.
$5? Why, that's robbery. And what if I refuse?
Then we'll have to drive 'em off ourselves. That's your choice.
Choice? Get off my ranch and stay off, both of you.
Put away that gun, Meeker.
Get going, I said. Get going, or I'll
Granby.
blast.
Okay, Colonel.
Get back or I'll shoot.
Oh, no, you won't. Oh, drop the gun. Oh, drop it. You might hurt somebody.
He don't think we mean business, Granby. Show him. Yeah, that'll give you a rough idea, Meeker. I'd suggest you start moving off this land now. We're taking over day after tomorrow.
Now, Cal, let me get this straight. The colonel claims he has an old Mexican grant to your land?
That's right, Luke. Signed by Santa Anna himself, he said. And not just my spread, either. He claims all the land out my way.
Wonder why he'd wait all these years to claim it.
Golly. Well, ain't there something you can do, Luke?
I don't know. It's a fact the government did recognize prior claims when they bought this territory from Mexico. So if his grant's on the level...
You know this would ruin me. all of us up there, Luke.
I know. Where's this colonel located?
He told me he's got a land office in Bisbee.
All right, then. Wichita, you and I'll take a little ride down to Bisbee to see what we can find out. And you, Cal, go back to your spread and don't do anything until you hear from me. This may all be on the level, but every time I think of that business associate of the colonel's, I wonder.
Hey, there's the place, Luke. See the shingle?
Yeah. Land Office, Colonel Justin Everett.
Real pretty name.
Seems to me that shack was vacant a month ago. You wait here, Wichita. I won't be long.
Right, Luke.
Yes, sir. What can I... Well, we meet again. Mr. Slaughter, isn't it?
That's right, Colonel.
Well, what brings you down to Bisbee, sir? In the market for some land?
Like the Lazy M Ranch?
Well, now, that tract won't be available for a couple of days, but we can talk about it now.
Yeah, I think now's the best time to talk about it. Cal Meeker's a friend of mine, Colonel, and a member of the Cattlemen's Association. He tells me you're laying claim to his spread.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Suppose you tell me all about it.
Well, I don't know why I should, Mr. Slaughter. This is a private matter between Meeker and me.
I'm the head of the Cattlemen's Association up at Tombstone. Anything that affects the members interests me. Now, let's hear about it.
Well, all very simple, sir. I hold a permanent grant on the land up there, signed by Santa Anna himself. It was a gift of my father, sir, who did some favors.
That land is United States territory now.
I'm aware of that.
You've had your claim certified?
Of course I have. The document's been verified and declared legal by your own Judge Harris in Tombstone.
Oh? When?
Not more than a month ago.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to take a look at that paper, too, if you don't mind.
I do mind, sir. This is none of your business.
I just got back from Tombstone, Colonel. The judge said... Slaughter, what are you doing here?
El Paso. You ever live in El Paso, Granby?
You still trying to make out you know me? No, I never lived in El Paso.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I must be mistaken. Thanks for the information, Colonel.
Information?
Yeah.
You sure you never got fouled up with that man, Granby? Because if you did, and he remembered...
I swear, Colonel, I never saw him before in my life.
All right. I just hope he never saw you.
Yes?
Morning, Judge.
Well, Luke Slaughter, what can I do for you?
Oh, nothing special. Just dropped by for a chat.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you. You know, I haven't talked to you since you lived in that little house up on Safford Street. It's quite a fancy layout you've got now.
Well, thanks, Slaughter. I like it.
I don't see how you can swing it on a judge's salary.
Oh, well, you see, a relative of mine died in Kansas City. Left me some money. Yes, sir, quite a lot of money.
Oh. When'd you buy this place?
Why, it was just a month ago, next Monday.
I see. Judge, I wonder if you could give me a little information on a land deal.
What kind of land deal?
Well, a fellow named Everett, Colonel Everett, claims he has a Mexican grant on a lot of property around here.
Oh, Colonel Everett, yes. Say, that was a surprise to me, too. Yes, sir, quite a surprise. I had no idea such a grant existed.
He tells me you certified the title. Is that right?
Oh, yes. I went into it very thoroughly. Studied the grant, checked Santa Anna's signature, and didn't leave a stone unturned. No, sir, not a stone.
Well, I certainly hope so, Judge. I wouldn't want to see you mixed up in a crooked deal.
Crooked? Why, What do you mean by that?
Well, I haven't seen the grant myself, but... Well, somehow it's got an unpleasant smell to it. For your own good, you better have another look at that paper.
Now, Slaughter, if you question my integrity...
I never have, Judge, and I'm sure I won't have to now. You know, it's quite a coincidence, that relative of yours dying in Kansas City exactly the same time Colonel Everett came to Arizona.
Now, see here, sir.
Just a coincidence, I'm sure, Judge.
That's it, boys. Get those cattle moving and keep moving till they're clear off the place.
Hey! Hey, what is this? What are you doing with my cattle, Granby?
Well, I figured you'd be showing up, Meeker.
Stop those men. They can't drive my herd off like that.
They won't. If you want to take the colonel's offer of $5 a head...
This is my ranch, and these are my cattle.
They may be your cattle, but this is no longer your ranch. All right, keep moving, boys. Come on, keep moving.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. Last September, Carmen Basilio defeated Sugar Ray Robinson for the World Middleweight Championship. Tuesday night in Chicago, they'll meet for the return match, and you'll hear the broadcast only on CBS Radio. Right at ringside will be Jack Dries, giving you a blow-by-blow account of the fight. Dr. Joyce Brothers, the young psychologist from Brooklyn, who set the nation on its ear with her amazing knowledge of boxing, will provide the between-rounds commentary. Join us on most of these stations Tuesday night as CBS Radio broadcasts exclusive the exciting rematch between Carmen Basilio and Sugar Ray Robinson. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Hey, Luke, you gotta come help me.
Well, sure, Cal. What's the trouble?
That Colonel Everett.
Well, what about him?
His men are driving my cattle off.
How many men has he got, Cal?
Granby and three others. They're driving my herd toward the east line.
All right. Keep your shirt on. We'll get your herd back if we have to make the colonel drive him back himself.
Yeah, they are, Luke. They're driving them right down that arroyo.
Pull up here.
They'll be scattered all over the territory. I'll lose half my herd.
Forget the cattle. We'll get the men first. Cal, you ride around that butte and come in on them from the other side when I signal you.
All right, Luke.
All right, Wichita. We'll move in from this side.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Luke.
Hold it. This is close enough.
Well, if this is the colonel's land, we're the ones breaking the law.
First things first. We'll worry about the law later.
Look, there's Cal, waiting for your signal.
All right, then. Here we go. So that's the way he wants it.
I got one of them, but he's sticking on his horse.
Hold your fire. They're making a break for it.
Yeah, I guess they ain't wanting any more of it, Luke.
Looks that way. Think you and Cal can get the herd back on the Lazy M all right, Wichita?
Why, sure we can, but where are you going?
I'm making a fast trip to Bisbee. Now I know the colonel's playing for keeps. It's time for a showdown.
Hey, Colonel. Don't bother me, Granby. I'm figuring.
Slaughter's out front.
Slaughter? He didn't waste any time getting down from Tombstone.
Hello, Colonel.
You got your nerve coming in here, Slaughter. You wounded one of my men when he was doing his legal duty.
Legal duty? He was a rustler.
What do you want?
Well, I figured maybe we could stop any further violence around here if I had a look at that grant of yours.
Get out of here, Slaughter.
Tell your friend to keep his hand away from his holster, Colonel. You don't want your office messed up, do you? Tell him.
He's got a right to defend himself.
Yeah, sure he has. Go ahead, Granby. Defend yourself. Go ahead. Draw. I thought so. Now, Colonel, the deed.
I don't have to show it to you, Slaughter.
That's right, but you're going to.
There. You're so curious. Have a look.
Pretty document. Mighty fancy engraving.
Just as legal as it is pretty. Might help if you could read Spanish.
Well, it just so happens I can. Dated September 11th, 1852. Signed by... Say, this fellow really took a liking to himself, didn't he? His Most Serene Highness Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, perpetual dictator of Mexico.
You'll notice the grant is perpetual, too.
I noticed that. Hope it's more perpetual than Santa Anna was. Yes, sir. That's mighty pretty engraving.
Well, you satisfied, Slaughter?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed I am. I've seen all I need to, for now. And now that I've seen it, Colonel, I'm sure our next meeting will be under much different circumstances.
Well, I certainly hope so, sir.
Good day, gentlemen.
Slaughter, you must be out of your mind demanding I issue an order for the arrest of Colonel Everett and Mr. Granby.
I repeat, Judge, I want them brought up from Bisbee and held without bail. Oh, and by the way, be sure and subpoena that deed of the Colonel's.
But I can't issue an order for their arrest. There's no charge against them.
Listen, Judge, I guess I've read as much law as you have. You want charges? I'll give you a few. Fraud, intimidation, cattle rustling. You want any more? I'll sign the complaint.
But you don't understand, Slaughter. You'd have to have evidence.
I'll produce the evidence at the proper time. In court.
I can't do it. No, sir, I just can't.
Maybe you'd rather be a defendant in this case, Judge.
You better be able to prove your charges in court.
You'd be surprised what I can prove. See you in court, Judge.
Court will come to order. Luke Slaughter, being the complaining party in behalf of the Cattlemen's Association, he gets first say. Go ahead, Slaughter.
Give it to 'em good, Counselor.
Quiet, Wichita. Thank you, Judge. Now, these men are being tried on a charge of fraud. We'll forget a few other charges.
This is preposterous. He can't prove a thing. The judge knows that.
Could we have a little order in the court, Your Honor? Thank you. Now, if it please the court, I have in my hand the Mexican land grant by which Colonel Everett's claiming land around here. If it wasn't for just two things, he'd be in his rights. First of all, this grant is dated September 1st, 1852. That date looked kind of odd to me some way, so I looked it up. Now, it just happens that in September of 52, Santa Anna, who was supposed to have signed this deed, was in exile in South America. He didn't become president of Mexico until more than 6 months later, April 15th, 1853. So he couldn't very well give away land when he wasn't even in office, could he?
Order! Order!
Now, that's one thing. There's another. The first day I saw Colonel Everett's business associate, Mr. Granby, I had a feeling I'd met him someplace before. The thought kept nagging at me. Then when I saw this document, I put two and two together and the whole thing came to me. I was wrong. I hadn't met Mr. Granby at all. I'd just seen his picture a while back on the wall of a marshal's office back in Abilene, Texas.
What? Why you...
It's no wonder this document looks so pretty. Mr. Granby is an expert at making things like this. He's wanted by the United States government for forgery and counterfeiting.
That's a lie!
Now, there's one more way I'm going to prove this case. By Judge Harris himself. The judge can tell you a few things about these men that'll prove their guilt. Can't you, Judge?
Well, when the Colonel and Mr. Granby first approached me...
I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut, Harris.
Luke, Granby's got a deputy's gun.
Get down behind that desk, Judge.
Keep away from me, Slaughter.
I'll fix you so's everybody will keep away from you.
Now!
See, he doesn't get away again. All right. Come on out, Judge. Let's have some order here.
Yes. Yes, all right.
I don't think we need to carry this farce any further. Judge, you ready to make your decision?
Yes, yes. I find these two men guilty as charged. They will be brought to this court tomorrow morning for sentencing. This court is adjourned.
Well, say, that was real nice work, Luke. Why, you saved the judge's life.
Yeah, I guess I did. You go ahead, Wichita. I'll be along in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I guess that takes care of everything, Slaughter.
Almost. There's just one thing more. How soon are you leaving town, Judge?
What? Why, I'm not leaving.
I say you are. We like our courts to be honest around here. I'm afraid you don't quite fit the bill.
Yeah, I guess I did make a mistake, Slaughter.
Maybe you can profit by it in the next place you go. There's a stage out of here tomorrow afternoon. See that you're on it. So long, Judge. Good luck.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Don Clark, with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley, and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were John McIntyre, Jim McCallion, Bill Quinn, Junius Matthews, and Ed Jerome. Music composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Butcher, baker, candlestick maker, lawyer, bricklayer. No matter what your work is, the course of American business from day to day affects you in 100 ways. Beginning tomorrow and right through the week, follow our business news reports on most of these stations with Walter Cronkite and Bill Downs doing the reporting. Now stay tuned for Frontier Gentlemen, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Machucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The time finally came when I decided there'd be more profit in raising my own cattle than driving other men's herds up to Tombstone from Mexico and Texas. And about the same time, I heard that Aaron Holcomb's spread was for sale. So one day, Wichita and I rode down toward the San Pedro Valley to look it over. Well, Wichita, what do you think?
Well, if you was to ask me...
I am.
You are. I'll be danged. Well, I think it's a pretty good proposition all around. You get a good, healthy herd of beef cattle and several hundred acres of grazing land, and Aaron Holcomb gets out like he wants to. I don't see how either one of you can lose.
That's the way I look at it. Let's ride over to Aaron's and close the deal. Howdy, Aaron.
Howdy, Luke. Wichita.
Howdy, Aaron.
Well, Aaron, I'm ready to talk business.
Good. Come on into the house, and I'll see if I can get Sarah to rustle up some coffee.
It's a mighty nice herd you got there, Aaron. How many head you figure you're running?
Well, not counting calves, somewhere between 450 to 475.
Let's count the calves and make it 500.
That's mighty generous of you, Luke. Got company, Sarah?
Well, Mr. Slaughter in Wichita, how are you?
Hello, Mrs. Holcomb.
Howdy, Mom.
Suppose you could find some hot coffee for these gents?
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
Sit down, Luke. Over there, Wichita.
Thank you.
Sarah, Mr. Slaughter is interested in buying.
Well, I must say that's a relief. I said to Aaron, Mr. Slaughter, I said, if Mr. Slaughter won't take the place off your hands, who will?
Well, it isn't exactly a matter of taking it off your hands, Mrs. Holcomb. Aaron's built up a valuable spread here.
Yes, but who in Tombstone's in a position to buy it but you? And I declare I'd go out of my mind if we had to wait around here for goodness knows how long, selling it off piece by piece and cow by cow.
Well, I don't think that'll be necessary. Aaron, I'm prepared to offer you $5,000 for your outfit. Lock, stock, and barrel.
5,000?
Well, now, that's a pretty fancy price, if you ask me.
Nobody did, Wichita.
Wichita's right, Luke. It is a fancy price, but I'll accept it.
Good. I've drawn up a bill of sale and a deed, Aaron. If you'll just sign here.
All right, Luke.
How about the money? You want me to deposit it to your account in the bank in town?
No, Luke, I never did trust banks. They get robbed too often. I prefer cash.
I thought you might. So I brought it with me. There you are. 5,000 in $100 bills. Count it.
I don't have to, Luke. I know it's all there.
Well, that's an awful lot of cash to have laying around, Aaron.
Oh, it won't be laying around, Wichita. I got my own private hiding place.
Where?
Well, I don't aim to disclose it to a swindling old coot like you. But I will say it's under a board in this kitchen, but I ain't specifying which board.
You always was a cautious one, Aaron. Reckon that's why you lived so long.
No, Wichita. Sarah is why I've lived so long.
Oh, well, I reckon she is at that.
Say, what are you two talking about?
Hey, you see, Aaron, you've been reformed so long that greenhorns like Luke here don't even know what a bad man you once was.
What?
You mean to tell me, Luke, you never heard of a gunslinger named Big Aaron?
No. I guess that was before my time.
Yeah, I guess it was. Why, Aaron here was once the fastest gun in the Panhandle. How many men was it you helped along to their reward, Aaron? Some say 12, others 14. I never did rightly know.
Wichita, you talk too much.
Yeah, that's what Luke says. But be that as it may, truth is, Luke, Aaron probably could have outgunned you in his prime.
Well, I don't know. That was a long time ago. Before Sarah came along and showed me the error of my ways.
Well, don't get the idea I was exactly a gospel singer, Mr. Slaughter. You don't learn many hymns at the birdcage in Abilene. But I loved him.
So I hung up my gun, and for nearly 20 years I ain't used it on anything bigger than a rattlesnake or a coyote.
You see, I preferred a live husband to a dead legend.
And you live to regret it, hmm?
Not a single day of it. Mr. Slaughter, when will you want us to move off the place?
There's no hurry, Mrs. Holcomb. You just take your time.
Where you two heading? On west?
Oh, mercy, no. We're going back east to Missouri.
Well, I never. Folks don't go back east. Not when they got themselves a going outfit like you have, or had.
Oh, but I've still got kinfolk back there.
Well, kin ain't no reason to leave God's country.
And I've got a hankering to see green fields again and to grow something else besides beef cattle.
You gonna be a farmer, Aaron?
Looks like it. If that's what Sarah wants, then it's what I want.
Aaron, ain't you carrying this devotion thing a little too far?
All right, come on. Let's head back for Tombstone, Wichita.
Yeah, I know. I talk too much.
Good evening, Mr. Slaughter.
Evening, Nellie. What's on the fire tonight?
Well, there's fried pork chops and fried steak. I'd recommend the pork chops.
We'll see. What's the matter with my cattle?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Mr. Slaughter.
Evening, Luke. Evening, Nellie.
Evening, Wichita.
Pork chops or steak, Wichita?
Don't make no difference. I'm hungrier than a woodpecker with a headache. Steak, I guess.
No, I'll bring it along as soon as I get these other gentlemen's orders.
Where you been?
Oh, I just dropped by the epitaph office to pick up the evening paper. Well, what you know?
What?
Here's your name in the paper, big as life.
What's it say?
We understand Luke Slaughter has decided to settle in these parts. Yesterday we heard he bought Aaron Holcomb's spread down on the San Pedro River. We also understand Luke paid a very pretty penny for it.
I wonder how that got in the paper.
Well, I don't know, Luke.
I'll bet you don't. You know, between that nosy nose of yours and that wagon tongue, somebody's going to get into trouble someday, and I hope it'll only be you.
Now, Luke, I was only...
My business is my business and nobody else's, and I don't like reading about it in the newspaper. Is that clear?
Why, sure, Luke, sure.
Stop it, please.
Stop what? I was just trying to be friendly.
If you just give me your order.
Say, I got it. Appears Nellie's having a little trouble.
Who are those two, Wichita? You know them?
Never laid eyes on them before. Strangers, most likely.
Must be. Well, they'd know better.
Come on now, don't be like
What
that.
seems to be the difficulty, gentlemen?
Huh?
Oh, we ain't having any difficulty. We just being friendly with this little filly here.
It's all right, Nellie. I'll take care of this.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter.
I guess you boys aren't very well acquainted in Tombstone, or you'd know that this is the dining room of the San Jose house, not the bar room of the Occidental. Rough stuff doesn't go here.
Who are you? The owner of the hotel?
No.
Maybe a sky pilot, then.
No.
Then what right you got butting in?
The right any man's got to help a lady when she needs it. Now, you boys better mind your manners or go get your supper someplace else.
You know, mister, I just may have to cut you down to size.
I wouldn't try it, son, if I was you.
Why not, Pop?
Guess you don't know who you're talking to.
That's right. I don't know and I don't care.
Well, you better care. This here is Luke Slaughter. And what's more...
Luke Slaughter? Well, you're quite a famous man, Mr. Slaughter. Say, this is the fellow we was reading about in tonight's paper, Thad.
Yeah, well, buying up ranches is one thing and pushing people around's another.
I'm not pushing anybody around. I'm just telling you to mind your manners. Come on, Wichita. Let's tie on the feed bag. I guess I must have discouraged the two Randy Ranahans, because a couple of minutes later they left, presumably to find a dining room where it was permitted to pinch the waitresses. And I forgot all about them, since my business is primarily not the protection of Tombstone's womenfolk, but cattle. I was tending to my business the next afternoon when Wichita busted into my office at the Cattlemen's Association.
A terrible thing has happened, an awful thing.
What, Wichita?
It's Sarah Holcomb.
What's the matter with her?
Well, Aaron just brought her into the doctor. She's cut up something terrible.
Who cut her?
Aaron don't know, and she can't talk. She's unconscious.
We'd better go over to the docks and see if there's anything we can do. We got to the doctor's office on Tough Nut Street. We found Sarah lying on a big bed in the back room. Aaron's huge body seemed shrunken as he knelt by the bed, holding her tiny hand in his. The doctor waved us back into his office and closed the door behind him.
How is she, Doc?
She's dying, Wichita.
What happened to her?
Luke, I've been doctoring out here for a long time, and I've seen people die in a lot of different ways. I've treated bullet wounds, dug out arrows, sewed up knife gashes. But I've never seen anything as rotten as what somebody did to that poor woman.
What did they do to her?
Spurs. Big rowel chihuahuas. They must have kicked her for a long time. She's got holes all over her body.
A dirty sidewinder.
Is she conscious?
She won't be for long.
Can I talk to her?
Well, I guess it don't make any difference now. Go on in.
No, sir.
How do you feel, Mrs. Holcomb?
Oh, not too good, Mr. Slaughter. But I'll be all right in a few days. Doctor said so.
Of course you will. Mrs. Holcomb, who did this to you?
I don't know. I never saw them before. There were two of them. They rode up to the ranch just before noon.
I was down in the wash looking after new drop calf, Luke.
I see. Go on, Mrs. Holcomb.
Oh, they said to give them the money you paid us for the ranch. I told them I didn't know what they was talking about. And then one of them knocked me down, and the other began kicking me with his spurs.
Sir, no. Sir.
Can you tell me what they looked like, Mrs. Holcomb? Anything about them?
Well, there was two of them. I think I heard one of them call the other Thad.
Thad?
Yeah. He was the little one. He's evil. He's cruel and mean and evil. It was him that did this to me. Oh.
Sir.
All right, Mrs. Holcomb. You just lie back and rest now.
She tell you anything, Luke?
More than she knew she did, Wichita. One of them's named Thad. Does that mean anything to you?
No, can't say that it does.
Those two cowboys in the San Jose house last night. Didn't one of them answer to the name of Thad? The little one.
Wait. By Tophet, I think he did.
And wasn't he wearing Chihuahua spurs with long rowels?
Yeah, he was.
Doctor, come quick!
The huge figure of Aaron Holcomb filled the doorway, behind which lay his dead wife. His broad features sagged with shock and grief, then tightened in determination. He pulled out his gun, a gun which had not been drawn against a man in nearly 20 years. Slowly he spun the chamber, making sure that it was fully loaded. What are you aiming to do, Aaron?
What do you think I aim to do?
This is a job for the law, Aaron. The sheriff will have those men by nightfall.
They'll both be dead by nightfall.
If you kill them, you'll hang. Let the law handle this, and they'll hang.
Maybe. Or maybe they'll go to Yuma for life. I can't take that chance.
They'll get a fair trial.
Did they give Sarah a fair trial? Bushwhacking a defenseless woman? They got no more guts than their father had.
Their father?
Yeah. You heard Sarah say one of them's named Thad.
Yeah.
I know who they are now. Thad Jenks boys.
Who's Thad Jenks?
Last man I outdrew back in Abilene nearly 20 years ago. A yellow coward who went for his gun when my back was turned. But he never got it out of the holster.
Yeah, that's right, Luke. I was there.
Quiet, Wichita.
You see, Luke, they weren't after the money.
At least that isn't the reason they came up here to Tombstone. They came a-feuding. Well, they got a feud now, all right, a blood feud.
But, Aaron, you can't take the law into your own hands.
I aim to.
Then I gotta remind you, Aaron. I'm a deputy sheriff, and it's my duty to stop you.
I wouldn't try it, Luke.
Aaron, listen to me. What would Sarah think if you put the gun back on?
Sarah can't think no more, Luke. Now, if you gents don't mind, I'd like to be alone with her for a little while.
Wichita.
Yeah, Luke?
Go over to the sheriff's office. Tell him he's going to have a shooting on his hands if he doesn't lock those two up before Aaron finds him.
How you know they're still in town?
I don't, but I'm sure going to find out if I have to search every saloon on Allen Street. Let's go. And that's just about what I did. They weren't in Hereford's or Bob Hatch's. They weren't in the Oriental or the Occidental. I just about decided they'd been smart enough to skip town when I found them in the Alhambra.
Hey there, bartender. Let's have another bottle here. This one's empty.
Sure, can't you see we're dying of thirst here?
Never mind, bartender. They've had their last drink for a while.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Luke Slaughter. What's the idea of the gun, Mr. Slaughter?
It's Deputy Sheriff Slaughter.
Signifying?
I'm arresting you two for the murder of Sarah Holcomb.
You must be mistaken, Slaughter. We don't know no one named Sarah Holcomb.
Those spurs you're wearing look mighty sharp.
Well, they are. My horse has an awful tough hide.
It's too bad Sarah Holcomb didn't have a tough hide when you used him on her. Now move.
Nobody's moving. Unless he wants to be stopped with a bullet.
Aaron, listen to me.
Put your gun away, Luke. It's too late to play lawman.
Aaron, I can't let...
Just step to one side out of the line of fire. These boys and me are going to talk business.
If you try it, I gotta defend him, Aaron.
It don't matter much to me, Luke. If I have to kill you to get him, well, then I'll have to.
Hey, who is this crazy old fool?
We never saw him before.
That's right, Sonny. But I bet you heard about me all your life. I'm the fella who killed your pappy. But I killed him in a fair gunfight, just like I'm going to kill you. Not the sneaking, snaky way you killed my wife.
He's out of his mind, Slaughter. I tell you, we didn't kill his wife.
He's convinced that you did, and so am I.
I'm putting my pistol back in its holster, so everything will be fair and square. Now, you boys can take off your guns and try me, or you can go for them and try me. Don't make any difference. Either way, I'm going to kill you, and either way, it'll be a quicker and easier death than you gave Sarah.
Look, mister, you're making a mistake.
Leave us out of here. We'll get out of town and never come back.
You're never leaving this town. You're staying right here, on Boot Hill. Now draw.
Aaron, you go for your gun, and I'll have to go for mine.
You do that, Luke. But I won't be aiming at you.
I couldn't draw on Aaron, and he knew it. He knew there was nothing I could do to stop his vengeance. The silence of waiting death hovered over the room. The smell of fear was there, too. Aaron stood facing the two terrified brothers, his feet wide apart, his open hand hovering an inch away from his holstered gun. For seconds that seemed like hours, they stood there. And finally, Harv Jenks went for his gun. Aaron's arm was a blur as he pumped his shots into Harv before he could get his gun out. As he fell dying, he fired once, and across Aaron's chest, a red stain slowly spread. Thad Jenks stood in frozen terror, his gun still holstered. Then he found his voice.
Mr. Slaughter, for the love of God, don't let him kill me!
All right, Aaron. That's enough shooting.
You're right, Luke. A bullet's too good for this one with those nice, sharp spurs. Of course, I ain't wearing spurs, Sonny, and I got no knife to cut you up like you did Sarah. But I got two hands. Big hands. Hands big enough to crack your bones. Big enough to choke the life out of you little by little.
Arms swinging, his great hands outstretched like a huge gorilla, Aaron slowly moved across the room toward the terrified killer. Thad Jenks backed away from him until he bumped into the bar. He seemed to remember his gun. Yanking it out, he poured shot after shot at Aaron, but he never stopped advancing. The gun was empty. Thad threw it away and tried to make a break for the door, but Aaron took it, grabbing him by the throat with one hand and smashing him in the face with the other. That's enough, Aaron. Let him go. Let him go, Aaron. He's dead.
Dead? You sure?
Yes, Aaron. You've had your revenge.
I'm sorry, Luke. I had to do it.
I know. I'll go get the doc, Aaron.
No, Luke. There's nothing the doc can do for a man that's stopped 6 slugs. Luke?
Yes, Aaron.
Luke, this is the only time I ever broke a promise to Sarah.
I know.
But there's one last promise I don't want to break. If you'll help me.
Sure I will, Aaron.
I promised Sarah we'd go back to Missouri together for the rest of our days. Luke, will you see to it that we do?
Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Thomas Houghton and adapted for radio and directed by William N. Robeson. Editorial supervision by Tom Hanley. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Irene Tedrow, Dee Tatum, Sam Edwards, Chet Stratton, Dick LeGrand, Junius Matthews, and Lou Merrill. With music composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected, or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Carl Justice was dead, bushwhacked in the Chiricahuas for the $10,000 he was carrying. But Justice wasn't dead. The posse from the Cattlemen's Association would see to that if we had to cover every half section between the petrified forest and the Mexican border. And it looked like we might. At least the first day in the saddle, we didn't find a trace of Justice's killer or the gold. We were a tired bunch of Ranahans when we came back to town that afternoon. All right, boys, get yourselves a good night's rest. Be ready to ride again at sunup.
Come on. Well, howdy, Luke.
Hello, Wichita.
You look like you've been eating a lot of dust.
I have.
You turn up anything?
Nothing. Not a single sign.
Well, a killer's got to leave a sign.
This one didn't.
Sure is a shame. Carl ought to knowed better than to try carrying all that money over to Bisbee by himself.
But he didn't. Oh, man, I'm tired.
You going to go out to the ranch tonight?
No, I'll grab some shut-eye over at the office. Let's go.
Hold up a minute. You can't get by this outfit.
4 wagons. It's a pretty small train to be traveling alone.
Keep it moving.
Real driving boss, ain't he? Bet he wasn't raised on prunes and proverbs.
Yeah. You know, Wichita, it's a funny thing about that outfit.
What's that?
No kids. Not a single one.
Yeah, that is peculiar. Usually they got young'uns festooned all over, from the driver's box to the tailgate.
Well, I'm gonna spread out on the cot back there.
Yeah, you do that, Luke. And you better unlimber your guns. You ain't had 'em off since you rode out of here before dawn.
Yeah. I'll drop 'em here on the desk.
Yeah, and pull your hat down over your eyes, Luke. Anybody come around asking fool questions, I'll take care of 'em.
Thanks, Wichita. I sure wish I could find some trace of that killer.
Oh, forget it now, Luke. I want to hear you snoring inside of 2 minutes. Carl Justice can't get no deader than he is right now. Evening, stranger. What can I do for you?
You can reach, mister.
This is the office of the Cattlemen's Association, stranger. Why the 6-gun?
I'm asking the questions. Who's the hombre on the bed?
Why,
Answer me.
Oh, him. Drunk, sleeping it off.
So you're the famous Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
What do you want, stranger?
That's what I wanted, Slaughter. Put you to sleep for a while.
Wichita! Wichita! I shouldn't have taken my guns off. You get your wits back. I'll take over now.
Hey, Slaughter. Slaughter, they broke a window and I was fixing to rob a bank.
Who was?
Well, there was 2 of them, and now they're riding east out of town.
Oh.
Well, ain't you going to follow them?
Why should I?
Well, you're head of the posse for the cattlemen. You're supposed to
What about that other rider headed west?
Well, he weren't nowhere near the bank. He come out of your office.
That's right.
Well, Slaughter, now look, we standing here yammering. Them thieves is getting that much farther.
Did they get anything?
No, but I told you they broke a window.
I've got bigger problems than a broken window. Go chase them yourself.
Well, hold a high-handed cloud in the trail ways to wink at a plain case of lawbreaking.
What's going on anyway, Luke?
I don't know, Wichita. I wish I did.
That hombre had no call to pistol whip me.
He wouldn't have gotten away with it if I'd had my guns. But remember, he thought he was pistol whipping me, Wichita.
Say, that's right. Well, ain't you gonna try to chase him down?
No, it's almost dark. Besides, who would you chase? The 2 riding east who broke the window in the bank? Or the one riding west who dented your skull?
Well, yeah. Clean getaway on all counts, huh?
No, Wichita, I don't think so. I've got an idea. But right now, let's get over to the old docks and get a plaster for your scalp. You might need your head before the night's out.
Luke, you ain't told me one blame thing about where we're going or what you're up to.
I'm not sure myself.
Well, just riding in the moonlight won't get us nowhere. Besides, I'd think you'd had yourself enough riding for one day.
I have. I don't cotton to a stranger cracking you over the side of the head with a pistol.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Luke, but...
And there are some other things that just don't fit.
Such as?
Now, why did those bank robbers break a window? That's noise. The last thing a thief wants.
Why, Dogies, that's right. But that still don't explain why we're night riding out here a mile west of town, headed for California.
We're not going that far, Wichita. Rein up.
What there?
Oh.
Whoa, stand still. Yeah, now what?
Well, I figure the wagon train that came through town just before sundown couldn't have gotten any further than Mule Crossing before it bedded down.
What of it?
I'm going to pay him a visit.
Luke, this ain't no time for being social.
This isn't social, Wichita. This is business.
You think that wagon train had something to do with all these things been going on?
Maybe. You wait here behind these rocks and don't move out for anybody. I'll whistle when I come back.
Why you want me to stay here?
Because I think I'm going to need you later.
Hope you know what you're doing.
I'll know better in a half hour. So long.
So long, you dead blame tight mouth.
Hold up. And don't you turn around.
Evening.
What's your business, stranger?
I want to talk to the boss of this wagon train.
Why?
Are you the boss?
No.
Then I'm talking to the wrong man. Where's your boss?
Put up your hands and move on. Slow. Hey, Burwell.
Yeah?
This is Lanigan. I'm coming in.
Come on in. Don't sit out there and yell about it.
I got me a snooper.
Well, that's different.
Here he is, Burwell, riding in like he owned the camp.
Yeah. Now, we ain't much for visitors when they come at us in the dark, mister. What you want?
Some information.
What kind?
How many people in your train? Where you're headed? Where you camped last night? And where you were on the trail the day before that?
Nosy, ain't he?
Maybe you gents ought to know my name.
Well, what is it?
Slaughter. Luke Slaughter.
He ain't Luke Slaughter,
Shut
Burwell.
up, Lanigan. I'll handle this.
Just who did you think I was, Lanigan?
Why,
We're
I
pleased
don't...
to make your acquaintance, Slaughter. My name is Burwell. Why don't you light and enjoy the fire?
Thanks, Burwell.
How about those questions of yours? Why do you want to know about us?
For your own protection. There was a murder 10 miles east of Tombstone early last night. We haven't found the killer yet.
A bushwhacking, huh?
Yeah. And whoever did it got away with several $1,000s in gold.
Oh, say, that's too bad.
There's a couple of other things, too. Just after you passed through town before sunset, there was an attempt to rob the bank.
You don't say.
And a good friend of mine named Wichita got pistol whipped while that was happening.
What the hell? Things are kind of active in Tombstone, ain't they? Well, now, you don't think that my little outfit...
I think that your outfit might be in for trouble if it met up with any of these lawbreakers.
Oh, I see.
Those questions, Burwell.
Oh, sure, Slaughter. Well, there's 11 of us. There's 8 men, 3 women. We left Dodge City several weeks ago, headed for the ocean. Camped on the trail last night, no special place.
Have you seen anything or anybody unusual?
No, can't say I have.
Well, keep your eyes open, Burwell. I wouldn't want to see an innocent wagon train get dry gulched.
Oh, we'll do that, Slaughter. Mighty nice of you to ride out to tell us.
Friendly thing to do, I figure.
We ain't got much by way of hospitality, but I could lay the dust a little for you.
Well, now, that'd go down real good on a night like this.
Molly.
Yeah, Hank.
Bring the whiskey. A man's kind of apt to forget his manners out on the trail, Slaughter.
Here's the jug, Hank.
Yeah. Well, this here's Luke Slaughter, Molly. Here's my wife.
Howdy, ma'am.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Slaughter.
Why don't you try this for size?
Thanks. Just right.
Well, it's turning into a cold night. Have another.
No, thanks. That does it. It's time I got back to town. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Burwell, one thing has me curious.
What's that, Mr. Slaughter?
Every wagon train I've ever seen carried at least half a dozen kids. You don't seem to have any.
Some people don't have children.
I guess that's right. It was just a thought.
You're being pretty personal, ain't you, Slaughter?
I didn't mean to be. So long, Lanigan. Maybe we'll meet up again sometime.
Yeah, sure.
Like I said, Burwell, be careful. Adios.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. On CBS Radio's Gunsmoke today, a colorful character named Livy learns that arson is a crime, no matter what the motive. Livy doesn't want her son to grow up like his alcoholic father. Her notion of how to keep the boy from drinking is set afire to every saloon in Dodge City. When she threatens to act on her idea, however, she lights the fuse on an explosive situation for Marshal Matt Dillon, as well as for herself. For adventure in the West, as our pioneers knew it, hear this thrilling episode of Gunsmoke later today on CBS Radio. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
About time you was getting back, Luke. I was beginning to know all the coyotes by name.
It was worth it, Wichita. I've been talking to the man that pistol whipped you a few hours ago.
You was?
And after that bunch has had a chance to think it over, I think we'll both be talking to him.
It makes sense, will you, Luke?
That wagon train, Wichita. It's the headquarters for everything that's been happening around here lately.
It is? Well, you just ain't going to leave them out there and let them go on.
No. Unless I'm dead wrong, they're going to send a man gunning for me. And I think I know who it'll be.
That pistol whipper?
Yeah. Listen.
That's one horse, Luke.
And one rider. He's got to slow down to get through these rocks. And when he does, jump him.
That will be a pleasure.
Hey, whoa.
Don't reach or I'll drop you.
What is this?
Get his guns, Wichita.
Already got him, Luke.
Slaughter.
Yeah, Lanigan. Slaughter.
Can a man ride into town for a peaceful drink without being ambushed?
Light.
But I don't see why...
Get off that horse.
Yeah. Sure.
Lanigan, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Wichita, this is the man who laid that gun barrel alongside your ear this evening.
I ought to kill you same as I would a skunk.
Wait a minute, boys.
It's against my nature to fight an unarmed man, Lanigan. Any one of his guns, Wichita. Barrel first.
Luke.
Now put it in your holster, Lanigan. And you're welcome to use it anytime you want to.
Slaughter, I...
Tell me the real story about that wagon train, Lanigan.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you ever been pistol whipped?
No. No.
You're about to learn what it feels like unless you care to draw.
Oh, Slaughter, for the love of heaven,
You
don't...
killed Carl Justice.
But I never heard of no Carl Justice.
He had $10,000 in gold yesterday.
What's that
now
got
he's
to do
dead.
with me?
Who killed him? You tell me, or I'm going to rake a gun sight through your left ear. Talk or draw, Lanigan. Who killed him? You want another one?
No. It was Burwell. He told me not to, but he put up a fight, and Burwell...
A man doesn't fight with his back. Why did you pistol whip Wichita?
Well, it was Burwell's idea. He heard about you, and he thought that if you was laid low for a while, people would want to go after whoever
That's what
did
I figured.
Yeah. And then a couple of the boys broke that window in the bank to make it look like...
Burwell's a pretty smart man, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He sure is.
But he made the mistake of getting feather-headed yellow gunslingers like you to work for him.
Look, you can't call me...
I am calling you. If it isn't true, draw. Take his gun, Wichita. He won't use it.
Oh, Slaughter, please give me a chance. Just let me go, and I'll go back to Dodge, and I'll never come out this way again.
Wichita, head his horse back toward camp and give it a slap.
Sure, Luke.
Oh, what you gonna do, Slaughter?
I'm going to use you for bait. Wichita, you walk him back into town.
Well, where are you going?
I'm not through here yet. Oh, and get a message to Sutton. Tell him to wake up the posse and spread him around the cattleman's office, ready to shoot.
Well, you can't face that whole wagon train by yourself.
I won't have to, Wichita. When Lanigan's horse gets back to camp, they'll know something went wrong, and most of them will go to town looking for me. That's why I want that posse standing by.
Well, what do you want me to do with this here tail-dragging specimen when I get him back to town?
Tie him up in the back room of the cattleman's office and wait for me. Oh, and don't light any lanterns.
You don't have no objections if I have to ruffle this waddy up some, do you?
None at all.
Well, come on, you. Walk!
Get your hands up. All of you.
Who's out there?
Luke Slaughter, ma'am. Now do as I tell you.
What you holding a gun for, Slaughter?
Are there any guards out?
No. All the menfolk rode into town a while back.
I liked your hospitality so well, Mrs. Burwell. I came back for some more of it.
Then put that gun away. You don't need that.
I think I might. You see, Mrs. Burwell, I know the whole story.
What do you mean?
Lanigan talked. That's what I mean.
Well, now, that puts a different light on things.
How so?
Burwell lied to you about me.
He lied about everything.
But this is important. I'm not his wife.
What of it?
You're a good-looking man, Mr. Slaughter. Make some woman a fine husband. A rich woman, Luke.
Meaning?
I know where there's a sack of gold big enough to last a man and a woman like you and me for the rest of our lives.
I'll bet you do.
Why don't you call me Molly?
All right, Molly.
Have you ever kissed a high-spirited woman, Luke?
Why don't we get rid of the company first?
What do you want to do with them?
Tie them up. Spread-eagled on a wagon wheel.
Ah, you sure are smart. We're going to get along fine.
Now, about that gold, Molly.
Ah, no hurry, is there?
You might as well tell me no.
I don't know as I can trust you yet.
No. No, you don't.
But I want to. It's in a chest in the lead wagon.
Thanks. Now stand over there with the rest of them.
What?
I'm going to tie you up, too, Molly.
Slaughter, if I had a gun...
I know. I'd be dead. Just like Carl Justice.
That you, Luke?
Yeah,
Well, what's that sack you're carrying?
the gold that belonged to Carl Justice. Burwell show up?
Yeah, with 6 of his partners. Come up on the boardwalk out front. Thought they was going to break in for a minute, but they decided against it. Heard one of them say it'd make too much commotion.
Where'd they go?
Right across the street there to the Oriental.
That means when we fire up some lanterns, we'll have visitors. Is the posse spread out?
Just like you said, on the roof of the Oriental, on top of the bank, the dry goods store and the express company.
Good. How's Lanigan?
Well, he's going to have a sore head before he hangs. I had to persuade him just a little before he'd go to sleep.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Well, let's get this over with. I'm going out the front door. You light the lamps in the office.
By jogies, this does my old heart good.
There he is now, boys. Come on.
Stay where you are, Burwell.
Now, Slaughter, boys and me just want to talk to you.
Do your talking from right there.
I don't like to shout up and down the street.
I do. Before you say anything else, I think you ought to know that you're covered by 18 guns, 20 including mine. And in case you think I'm not telling the truth, I'll ask the men on the top of the bank to speak up. Now, just what did you want to talk about, Burwell?
Let's forget it, Slaughter. Me and the boys will be moseying along now.
No, you won't. I've got some talking to do. Your women folk are tied up to the wagons out at your camp. One of your gunslingers is tied up in the office behind me, and he talked. And this, Burwell, this is $10,000 in gold that I got out of your lead wagon. It belonged to Carl Justice before you killed him. You got anything to say now, Burwell?
I reckon you said it all.
Then drop your guns and step forward. All of you. All right, men. Close in and take them.
Luke, that is the dangest thing I ever seen. Got every single one of them and didn't smoke up the town a bit.
Sometimes you're lucky, Wichita. But don't fool around with a red-hot branding iron until you're ready for the roundup.
Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Alan Botzer and directed by William N. Robeson. Editorial supervision by Tom Hanley. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Gene Carson, Junius Matthews, Lawrence Dobkin, and Chet Stratton, with music composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Folks who write dictionaries must have a pretty tough time with the word tolerance. I guess if you had to boil it down to just one other word, maybe it'd be understanding. Some of us here in Tombstone found that out when I gave Chief Margano and a few of his Apache braves the loan of a couple of sections of my spread to try their hand at cattle raising. And I got chewed out plenty about it every time I went into town.
Well, you call it an experiment, Slaughter. I call it an invitation to those sneaking Apaches to murder you.
Well, they're living on my spread. Don't you figure it's my business?
Well, they won't stop with you. Once they smell white blood again, they'll massacre everybody in Tombstone.
Look, Mr. Vale, Margano's through making war. He's trying to understand our ways. He's even trying to get his people to adopt some of them.
Well, they adopted guns quick enough, but they'll never be cattlemen.
This was their country before it was ours. They've got a right to be part of its progress. You can't just shut the Apaches up on a reservation and forget them.
No, maybe we can't forget them. But if we drive them back to the Chiricahuas, we'll at least have some warning when they strike.
They aren't going to strike. Margano and I have sort of a private treaty.
Margano's a senile old fool. You got a private treaty with that trigger-tempered son of his?
Lasha? I like him, too. He's intelligent and he's got spunk.
Spunk my foot.
Luke, I've been looking all over for you. I want you to make the acquaintance of Mr. Henry Fell from back east. Fell, this here's Luke Slaughter, my boss. And this here's Carter Vale, another big man in these parts.
Howdy.
A distinct pleasure, gentlemen. Indeed it is.
So, you're from back east, Mr. Fell.
Yes, indeed. Boston.
You know, boys, Mr. Fell here can outdraw any man in the place. Well, he can, by golly. Yes, sir. I'd bet a month's wages he can even outdraw you, Luke.
I'm afraid neither Mr. Fell nor myself have any special reason for drawing.
Well, he's got plenty of reason. Oh, not necessarily against you, of course. He'll take on all comers.
You think you could outdraw me, Fell?
I have very little doubt of it, Mr. Vale.
With what? You aren't even packing an iron.
Well, you want to take him on, Mr. Vale? Why, he'll even furnish the weapons.
Let's just forget about it, gentlemen.
Forget it nothing. Fell may as well learn some of the facts of life in the Arizona Territory.
Exactly what I came to do, Mr. Vale, to learn them and record them for posterity.
All right. I doubt that you'll ever record this incident, but you can start by trying to outdraw me.
With Mr. Fell's weapons?
Yep.
Hold on. Why spill blood over a silly barroom challenge?
Now, you've been implying that I shouldn't mix in your business, Slaughter. Well, this is mine.
Well, correct. Now, Mr. Vale thinks he can outdraw Mr. Fell. I and Mr. Fell don't think he can. And the loser buys a round for the house.
Splendid. I don't indulge, but I shall be delighted to stand treat if I lose.
Why, you ridiculous little dude. All right, let's see the gun.
I'm unwrapping the weapons. Nobody mentioned guns. You draw with these, Vale, and here's yours, Fell.
Paper and a piece of charcoal. What is this?
Why, a outdrawing match. 1, 2, 3, draw.
We should have both been wise to Wichita, Vale. He's got a sense of humor like a cow buffalo.
Yeah, watch Mr. Fell, Luke. Ain't he the cleverest?
Nose flaring, lips tight, chin craggy, power.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that supposed to be...
Hurry up and draw something, Vale. He's almost done.
I'll be doggone, Vale. It's a spitting image of you.
There we are.
Yeah. Well, looks like you're stuck for the drinks, Mr. Vale.
Well, now, look here. When a man challenges me to... if anybody thinks this is a laughing matter...
now, there is no offense intended, sir. You are more than welcome to the little sketch, and I shall be delighted to purchase the libations.
I don't welch my bets. Frank, set him up for the house.
Come on, boy.
You're a good sport, Vale. And it's mighty good likeness, too.
Well, I guess I will take the picture home with me, Val. Mrs. Vale is, well, women sometimes enjoy a doodad like this.
Luke, you know what Mr. Fell's doing here in Tombstone?
Yeah, keeping you in free drinks.
No, sir, he's... well, that too. But he come west to paint engines.
Yeah, well, the engines do their own painting, with war paint. Slaughter and I were just talking about that.
We weren't getting anywhere either.
War paint? I understood that the treaties with the Apaches were working out nicely.
They are, when the white men live up to them.
Well, that is practically treason against your own race, Slaughter.
If it's treason to compare some members of my own race with Indians like Cochise and Margano, well, I'm guilty. Tell us a little more about what you plan to do, Mr. Fell.
Well, I want to paint the strong Indian faces, their customs, the way they live. The people back east have some amazing misconceptions about them.
Yes, so has Slaughter. He trusts them.
I'm trying to understand them. Anyway, Mr. Fell, there are some very interesting and colorful Apaches living on my spread. You'll have models for all the painting you want to do.
And the Apaches will have a brand new candidate for buzzard bait.
This here's powerful hard work, Luke.
I know you don't feel right out of a saddle, Wichita, but we're going to need this corral.
Oh, there, Red.
Good morning, Vale.
Morning, Slaughter. Wichita.
Howdy. How'd the missus like your picture?
Well, she wants your friend Fell to paint one of her. You know where I can find him?
I'm afraid he isn't available today. I took him out to the Apache camp at sunrise, loaded with paints and brushes and canvas.
He was happy as a chipmunk in a pinion for us.
Slaughter, a tenderfoot like Fell could be just the fuse to set your Apaches off. Suppose he tries to paint one of their women.
Chief Margano explained about that to him. He said, a woman who gazes too long at a reflection in a clear stream forgets her life's purpose.
Them Apaches got the right idea about their women folk. I ought to marry one and make her hammer this corral together.
What are you building the corral for, Slaughter? So Margano won't steal your Mustangs?
Well, for once, you came sort of close to trapping me. I'm going to try to improve the range Mustangs with some Morgan breeding stock. I figure there's no use tempting Lasher and his young buck friends way beyond their conception of our property laws.
You and your fancy talk about your Apache friends. You don't trust them any more than I do.
Sure I do. I just don't expect them to understand a whole new code of ethics overnight.
Hey, somebody's sure pounding a lot of leather.
Yeah, it sounds... Look, Wichita, it's Fell on that little roan we left out there for him.
Well, I never thought a dude like him could ride... Slaughter, he's in trouble.
I got it. Steady. Oh, steady. Wichita, help him off.
Sure. Wait, Mr. Fell, what happened? Your clothes is ripped. That mare's lathered up like you was going to shave her.
Yeah, that's all right, I guess. I saved most of my paints from this canvas. Mr. Slaughter, those Indians are far from friendly.
What?
They set upon me. The one you called Lasher and another red-skinned blackguard.
I told you they'd do it, Slaughter. They'll be coming after us if we don't go after them first.
Hold it, Vale. Let's find out what started the trouble.
Nothing I did, I assure you. I was painting a portrait of the old chief with his permission. Lasher and this other young buck came up and he took one look and knocked me to the ground.
Well, how'd you get away?
Well, for the moment, the old man seemed as surprised as I was. This Lasher rushed to him, started a jabber in what I assume was Apache, and I wrenched loose, grabbed what I could, and somehow mounted this horse. Fortunately, the Indians' horses were still hobbled.
The miserable, sneaking cowards tried to murder you in cold blood.
Don't be too sure. Maybe this was Lasher's idea of a prank.
Oh, I doubt that. Lasher's friend, who I eluded with the aid of an elbow to his Adam's apple, was holding a knife to my throat at the same time.
Hey, that is a nasty cut on your arm.
Well, that was a nasty knife.
You'll have to take care of that wound right away. This the picture you were painting?
Yes, it's a bit the worse for wear, but I can repaint the smears.
Well, that's Margano's profile, all right. Except you made him look almost decent. All right, Slaughter. I'll head for Tombstone and get the men together.
What for?
What for? to drive those Apaches back to the Chiricahuas. If there's any left when we finish with them.
This happened on my property. As soon as I get Fell fixed up, I'll ride out and get the whole story.
A white man has been attacked. It doesn't matter whose property it happened on. It's a matter of defending the community now.
You listen to me, Vale. You fire a shot or even go near Marcano.
Dig sand, men. It's an engineer.
Get that stack of rails. Crawl for it.
Up there on the rise, a mounted Apache.
Vale, don't fire.
Try and stop me.
I'll have to. Keep his gun for him, Wichita.
Oh.
Lasher,
Hussein Slaughter,
have you gone loco?
I've come from White Eye's picture maker. I will not harm you.
Are you alone?
I am alone.
Then drop that bow and ride to me.
Send White Eyes Fell to me. He is our enemy.
Enemy?
Lasher, either parley like a man or send your father.
I warn you, Hussein Slaughter. Turn Fell loose or I will come back with my braves and take him.
I wouldn't try that.
I gave you until the sun is at its highest. Then we'll come back for the White Eyes.
We only got till noon, Luke. There's 20 braves in the camp, and plenty of them got rifles.
Vale could round up more men than that. But I'm not going to let this turn into war.
Luke, did you ever stop to think that maybe you could be wrong about Injuns?
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. This is Bud Sewell with official results on the automobile competition the whole industry watches every year, the famous Mobile Gas Economy Run. This year's run, 1,883 miles from Los Angeles to Texas, ranging from sea level through mountain passes. And once again, Chrysler Corporation cars took the lion's share of firsts. Plymouth, Chrysler, and Imperial, again this year for the second straight year, winning first place over all other cars in their class in the famous economy run. Imperial, by the way, was sweepstakes winner, too, getting 62.7188 ton miles per gallon. The forward look is a lot more than look. You get a better engine, brawnier brakes, torsion air ride at no extra cost, and winning performance and economy in cars of the forward look from Chrysler Corporation. Take a drive this week in a car of the forward look. Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler, or the triumphant Imperial. Drive one of America's performance winners from Chrysler Corporation. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Carter Vale came to in a fury. He swore to drive the Apaches back to the mountains. He swore he'd settle with me after he'd done it. Then he mounted his big stallion and spurred back toward Tombstone to recruit men and guns.
Luke, he's mad enough to eat the devil with his horns on. And I ain't so sure he ain't got a case.
He will have, if Lasher brings his braves back to take Fell.
If I had incited those Indians, I'd tell you, Mr. Slaughter, but I assure you I was attacked without provocation.
Let me see your painting of Chief Margano again, Fell.
Whatever you're gonna do, Luke, do it pronto.
Well, this is good. You've captured the strength of his profile, and courage in his eye.
This ain't no time to act like one of them art critic dudes. We're 2 hours away from being caught in a war.
I once saw the funeral rite for an old chief of the Chitimacha tribe in the Louisiana Territory. His son was very much concerned about the way the body was laid out on the funeral pyre, so that when the dead warrior met the Great Spirit... Fell, could you make another portrait of Margano from memory, posed as I tell you?
Certainly. I have his features fixed in my mind. I wouldn't need a model.
Let's go up to the house, then. You've got a picture to paint. Fell painted a new picture of Margano. We rode for the Apache camp a little before noon. The picture was a gamble, but I had to force a parley or deal with a possible massacre.
What if they ambush us?
They won't. But you can bet that the Apache scouts are escorting us in.
I certainly don't see them.
An Apache could hide behind one of your paintbrushes.
I wish you'd explain this picture get your falderols of me.
We will, if it turns out I'm right.
And if you ain't?
And we're all in a game of showdown for mighty big stakes. Now, pull down to a walk now. The camp's just the other side of this wash. Easy now, both of you. Don't let the welcoming committee scare you into a false move.
What welcoming committee? I don't see no... Uh-oh. Right out of the mesquite.
Oh, boy.
Margano and Lasha, wait. White Eyes, come with me.
We're all coming.
That's the buck who slashed me, Mr. Slaughter.
Don't worry. He's acting under Margano's orders now.
Appears like we beat Vale here, anyhow.
Not by much. See that Indian riding up to the edge of the mesa?
Yeah. He's telling Lasha and old Margano something in sign language.
White riders coming. Bound to be Vale and the men.
Did anyone ever surprise an Apache?
Never twice.
Plenty far now.
Whoa. Whoa there.
What?
Ooh. Dismount, men. Wichita, unbuckle your belt and let your guns drop, like I'm doing.
But you...
Do it. Margano, we come in peace.
What of the others who ride toward us?
I want this young brave in Wichita to ride out and meet them with a white flag. We'll use your shirt for that, Phil.
Jesus. I gotta surrender without even my gun?
My chief.
Get started, Wichita. And make sure that Vale's men walk their horses into this camp.
Sure, all right, Luke.
Now, Margano, Lasha, suppose you meet us halfway.
We want no parley. Give us White Eyes without a shirt.
Lasha, you insult me when you insult my friend. Now walk towards us, both of you.
Lasha will avenge his father.
Avenge him for what? Your father is just as I saw him this morning.
My son says, little man who draws with colored stick, tell lies to Great Spirit about Margano.
Your son is wrong.
I do not tell lies.
You speak with a tongue that has no wisdom. You strike out like a child who can't reason.
I'm a man. I've killed Zuni warriors and Yaqui warriors.
I have told my son that killing can no longer be the way of the Apache. He replies that even white men kill to avenge a wrong.
The wise white man and the wise red man make sure a wrong has been done before they kill. Nothing should be decided in the heat of anger.
We've parleyed too long. White picture maker tell lies to Great Spirit.
Order! You're handling this like a...
Hold it right there, Vale. Where are the rest of your men?
Where they can cover this place with their guns. If you've crawled your way into a trap. I explained that you sent out the white flag, Luke. And don't ask me to drop my guns. I don't aim to die before I pump some lead myself.
We've been having a little talk about hotheads. And now that the place is crawling with them, Mr. Fell and I'll show you how wrong you all are. Margano?
Where?
Hastine Fell has a gift for you.
I am not softened by a gift from one who lies.
Fell does not lie. His gift is the rolled white cloth he carries. Give it to your Apache friend, Mr. Fell.
Do not touch it, my father.
Take it, Margano. It's your likeness. The likeness Hastine Fell had not yet finished when your son so stupidly attacked him.
No, do not look upon it.
All right, I'll make you look at it.
Oh, my own son has told... Lasha, behold.
Aye? But this morning the picture had but one eye, but one ear, but half of a mouth.
I told you, Lasha. Hastine Fell had not finished. You think that a friend I brought to you would insult your great spirit and your father by drawing him with half a face when he has two eyes as piercing as the eagle's?
My people shall remember their chief as they see him here, as Hastine Fell has painted him.
Lasha was a fool. I will go from my people and never return.
No, Lasha. Your father and your people need you. Today you've become wiser. The best thing now is to, well, just forget this foolish trouble. Now what are you doing?
Hastine Fell has no shirt. He will do Lasha an honor if he will accept Lasha's shirt of doeskin.
Why, I shall be very pleased.
And You will make a picture of Lasher when there's no pain in your arm?
Oh, my arm feels fine, Lasher. I'd like to paint you, and I can assure Mr. Slaughter that I will not attempt another profile.
Profile? I do not understand.
It's nothing, Lasher. Just a word painters use. Now, Vale, suppose you let your army know the war's over. As I turned toward Vale, Honton, the other young Apache, was drawing his knife. I leaped for him, but Vale was off his horse in the same instant and hurling himself at me.
Slaughter, you fool! Mr. Vale, what'd you punch him for?
You think I want him to start a war? Might help him up, Wichita. Anton, you go ahead and throw your knife.
What? Well, Anton,
It is an evil knife. Evil spirits bewitched it. It harmed a friend. Anton hurls it from him.
You see, Luke, he wasn't aiming to harm nobody.
You claim to be such an expert on Apache customs, Slaughter. And an expert on hotheads. And now we're square for the punch you landed on me this morning. Right?
Right, Vale. I've been spouting about how tolerance and understanding are pretty much the same thing. I guess we both understand a little more about our neighbors. And if your jaw feels like mine, I guess from now on we're going to be a lot more tolerant of each other.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Fran Van Hartisfeld, with editorial supervision by Tom Hanley, and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Junius Matthews, Carl Swenson, Ben Wright, Don Diamond, and Jack Crucian. Music was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino.
I couldn't sleep that night and nothing. My mother said, "What was the matter with you? It looks like something wrong." I said, "Nothing."
Nothing, he said. But there was something wrong. That night in the park, this boy and his juvenile gang had stabbed and beaten another teenager to death. The victim, Michael Farmer, son of a fireman.
He was a very courageous, spirited boy. He was athletic. He was an excellent student, and we had great plans for his future. It's a hard thing to realize that there is no future any longer.
For Michael Farmer's father, the future is blank. But for the rest of us, what implications does this crime hold? Tomorrow night, on most of these stations, CBS Radio's Unit 1 probes the causes and effects of the brutal New York gang murder for which 4 teenagers have just been tried and convicted. You'll hear gang members, police, parents, all probing for an understanding of the tragedy as Edward R. Murrow narrates Unit 1's penetrating study, Who Killed Michael Farmer? Tomorrow night. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
This special meeting of the Cattlemen's Association of Tombstone is now in order.
And I guess it's in order for me to ask what's so special about it to take up my time when I'm getting a herd ready for shipment.
Well, that's a fair question, Slaughter. Now, we feel...
Now, wait just a minute. I'm not finished.
Oh, well, go on.
Mr. Canfield, how can you hold a meeting, special or not, when you haven't got a quorum? There's only you and Bigelow here. That's no quorum.
It's enough.
Well, Slaughter, this is a very special meeting. We kept it small on account of you.
Me?
Yes. You're the reason for this meeting.
I gotta ask you to elucidate that, Mr. Canfield.
Canfield, may I have the floor? I'd like to do the elucidating.
Of course, Mr. Bigelow.
I agree that the accused has the right to know the charges against him.
Accused?
So I think it only fair that you know right off that this special meeting has been called to give you a private opportunity to answer to the charge of horse stealing and cattle rustling.
Who says I'm a cattle rustler and horse thief?
I do.
You stand up, mister, and dig for your iron.
No, boys. Now, let's not add injury to insult. We want to get to the bottom of this, Slaughter.
So do I, and I aim to. No man accuses me without proof, and there isn't any proof.
Well, I'm afraid there is, Slaughter.
Meaning?
Meaning somebody's been stealing horses from around Tombstone, running them across the border and selling them in Mexico.
I know. I lost a couple of 3 ponies out of my string.
Oh, I'll bet you did.
No, Mr. Bigelow, now let me handle this. This appears to be a two-way rustling deal, Slaughter, because this someone's been stealing cattle in Mexico, and from around here, too, and selling them in Bisbee and Phoenix and Prescott.
Only this time you was stupid, Slaughter. You stole some of my cattle, and you had the brass to turn around and sell them to Canfield, along with that last herd you drove up from Mexico.
Bigelow, I'm telling you again. You better back that up with steel.
I'm afraid we've got proof it's you, Slaughter.
What proof?
Well, that last herd I bought from you.
I paid for them in Mexico with my own money. I drove them all the way up here through some pretty rough country and fattened them on the way. I sold them to you for a fair profit.
Yeah, and about a dozen of them had Bigelow's brand on them.
What?
Oh, it had been altered, but it was a pretty clumsy job. Now, what have you got to say to that?
The only thing I can say, I didn't steal Bigelow's cattle or anybody else's.
Well, that ain't good enough for me, Slaughter.
You're new here in these parts, Slaughter, but people hereabouts think pretty well of you.
Thanks.
So, we got a proposition to make to you.
Proposition?
Yes, you pay Bigelow for his cattle, and we'll just forget the whole thing.
And if I don't?
Well, you leave us no choice but to turn you over to the sheriff.
Well, Slaughter, which'll it be?
Neither. Reach, both of you. I'll just relieve you gents of your guns.
You're putting yourself outside the law, Slaughter.
No, you're putting me there.
We'll get up a posse, Slaughter. We'll come after you.
You do that.
And we'll get you, sooner or later.
That I doubt. Thanks for the guns, gents. Of course, I'm not taking them permanently. Any more than I take horses or cattle. You'll find them in the watering trough across the street. But if you take my advice, don't come looking for them until I've ridden out of town.
Howdy, Luke. What took you so long in town?
Plenty.
Well, I'm ready to move these critters over to Tucson anytime you are, Luke.
That'll have to wait. Wichita, how long will it take you to get together your gear and chow for 3 days and saddle up?
Oh, half hour if I was rushed.
You're rushed. Make it 20 minutes. There's a posse less than a half hour behind us.
Luke,
Yeah.
if we're figuring on getting any further use out of these horses, we'd better give them a rest.
Yeah, I know, Wichita. That's why we're headed for the river.
Oh, figuring on throwing the posse off the trail by riding down the middle of the stream?
That's right. We'll come out on that lava outcropping down at Jackrabbit Falls. Then we'll see whether they can pick up our trail.
if you had to ask me...
I didn't, Wichita.
Well, I know, but if you had to, that's just what I would have done.
That's just what I figured. Whoa, boy. Slow down there. Whoa.
Come on there, you ornery critter. No time to stop for a drink now.
You got that much time, Wichita. Let him wet his whistle.
Oh, all right, good. I don't know, Luke. I just can't get over it.
What?
You ain't like you to take this lying down.
Well, I'm not exactly lying down, Wichita.
No, you're hightailing it, which is worse. And I always thought you had more guts than you could hang on a fence.
There's a time to fight and a time to run, Wichita. And this isn't the time to fight. Come on there, fella. That's enough, Gusman. Come on.
If I was you, I'd have blown the heads off them two slandering sons.
That'll only prove I could outdraw them. It wouldn't disprove their charges.
Well, you ain't going to disprove them by running away.
I hope I am, Wichita.
How?
I don't know yet. But it's a nice day for a horseback ride, isn't it? Let's give these fellas a little rest.
I could use a little myself. That lava field ain't the easiest thing to pick your way through for man or beast.
We'll let them graze a while behind these rocks.
Yeah, now let's go up and peek over the rim. Maybe we can see our pursuers.
All right. Get down now. Take off your hat.
Sure.
I want to make a silhouette against the sky.
A mighty pretty view of the valley from here.
Well, what's so funny?
Look out there, upriver about a mile. There they are.
Yeah.
Fanning all over the desert, riding back and forth and up and down the river.
Well, they'll never pick up our trail.
No, we shook them for fair. What are we going to do now?
Sit.
Sit? Here?
That's right.
Why?
See what happens next. We've made our play. The next play's up to somebody else.
Well, who?
That's what we're sitting here to find out.
Ain't we sat here long enough, Luke?
Not quite, Wichita.
Sat here all day yesterday. Sat here all night, freezing to death out of fire.
I told you I didn't want anybody to know we were here.
Well, who's to know? That posse faded back to Tombstone before sundown yesterday.
Wichita, didn't you ever learn that patience is a virtue?
I was never known as a very virtuous man.
And that virtue is its own reward.
Now, Luke, sermonizing me ain't going to get you nowhere.
Oh, I don't mean to play sky pilot, Wichita. But if you look over there toward the east...
A cloud of dust.
I think that may be why we've been sitting here.
Yeah, just a small string of horses, 6, 8 maybe. A couple of hands are herding them.
That's right. Herding them south. Across the border, maybe?
You think they've stolen horses?
I'd bet on it.
Well, how come you're so certain?
Well, now, if you were running this rustling and you'd accused me...
Oh, I'd never do that, Luke.
I know, but we're just supposing.
Oh,
and I skipped town. Now, wouldn't you take advantage of that fact to rustle some more horses? And make it look like I'd done it for certain?
Well, sure. Sure I would, Luke. Yeah, if I was a rustler, which I ain't.
No, I think we can both be pretty sure that we aren't the rustlers.
I reckon so. But if we ain't, then them waddies down there are, so let's go get 'em.
No.
Well, why not? If your theorizing is correct, they're guilty of sin.
Yeah, but they're probably just trail hands. I want to know who the boss is.
Well, how you going to find out? Right down there and ask 'em?
No, Wichita, we're going to trail him. Let's hit the leather. We trailed them south across the border and into Mexico, keeping well out of sight. By dark on the second day, they'd reached the little town of De La Rosa. We watched the two of them herd the horses into a corral on the outskirts of town, then paralleled them along a back street as they headed for the cantina. We edged up to the door, keeping in the shadows. 15 minutes later, they came out and started across the street.
Looks like that's a rooming house over there they're heading for, Luke.
Yeah. You recognize them?
Nope, never seen either of them before. We gonna follow them?
Not right now. We know where they are. I'm more interested in seeing who they've been talking to in the cantina. Come on. Keep your eyes open and your hand near your holster.
Right.
Senores?
Dos tequilas.
Si, senor.
Wichita.
Yeah?
Over there. That table.
Who is he?
Dominguez. A bandito. Smart and tough.
You think he's the one?
I think we better have a talk with him. Hello, Dominguez.
Buenas noches, Senor Slaughter.
Mind if we sit down?
Por favor. You should not have come here, Senor Slaughter.
Why not? We're just drifting through.
Oh, no, you're not just drifting through, Senor Slaughter. You were run out of Tombstone because they thought you were stealing horses and cattle.
You've got big ears, Dominguez.
See? These big ears are very valuable to me at times. I think you follow those horses here to find out who's behind this.
All right, Dominguez. Let's play it your way. But I don't think you're the boss of this operation. I think you're just receiving the stolen horses at this end of the line. And that's your business, not mine. I want to know who's behind this up Tombstone way.
I have no information for you.
No? Might be a good idea for you if you did have.
You're in no position to make threats. I'm holding a gun on you under the table.
Luke?
Easy, Wichita. Yeah, I figured you were, Dominguez. What's your play?
There'll be no play, Senor Slaughter. I'm leaving now, and you will not follow me.
That's a matter of opinion.
If you do, Senor Slaughter,
Yeah?
when you walk through this door, you're going to be shot.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. As anyone who's heard our Amos and Andy Music Hall and Robert Q. Lewis show can tell you, good entertainment does the trick night after night here at CBS Radio. Amos and Andy are old hands at delighting listeners. Stirring up a good time is second nature to them. Call it genius, call it showmanship, but Amos and Andy have what it takes to please. Robert Q. and his gang make life easy, too. Blessed with wit, they shuttle back and forth between gentle humor and sheer hilarity with disarming speed. Tomorrow night, satisfy your entertainment needs. Join us when CBS Radio's Amos and Andy and Robert Q. Lewis come your way on most of these same stations. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
What are we gonna do, Luke?
Go out that door, I reckon.
But you heard what Dominguez said. We'll get dry gulch the minute we step outside.
Maybe. Now's as good a time as any to find out.
If he's in the dark out there, we'd be setting ducks against the light.
That's why we're going to have a little less light in here. Quietos todos. Stay where you are and nobody will get hurt. I figure it's just as dark in here as it is out there now. Come on, Wichita. All right. When I give the word, we'll go through this door fast. Flatten yourself against the wall on the left. I'll be on the right. Ready?
Yeah.
Now. You all right, Wichita?
Yeah, he missed.
Came from over near that horse trough. Don't shoot till you see what you're shooting at.
Watch out, Luke.
I see him.
Yeah, Piers, you got him.
Stay low. Let's go take a look.
You think it's Dominguez?
I doubt it. He's too smart to leave cover like that. Here he is.
Yeah. Hey, it's one of the rustlers. You plugged him dead center.
Dominguez probably cleared out. I know him. He won't ever call unless he's sure he's got a winning hand.
Well, maybe he's... Wait. Listen.
Sounds like somebody's real anxious to get out of here in a hurry.
Dominguez, more'n likely.
Or it's the other rustler heading north toward Tombstone. And if it is, we've got to catch him before he gets there and make him talk. Come on.
Luke, we ain't gained much on him all night.
I know. I was hoping we could head him off before he crossed the border.
Yeah. Well, how far you figure we are out of Tombstone?
5, 6 hours.
Starting to get light.
We got one chance of nailing him. He's swinging to the left around this ridge. We're going over the top.
Luke, if he's got by ahead of us, we're licked. Got to climb over the ridge like to kill these horses.
I don't think he has got by us, Wichita. Ooh. Here's the trail. There's no fresh tracks on it.
Yeah, I hear him coming, Luke.
We're around the bend from him. He won't see us until he's right on top of us.
You gonna rope him?
I'm gonna try to. I want him alive.
Here he comes.
Hey, Slaughter.
Yeah!
No, look. Got him!
All right, hold it.
How'd you cut me off?
Doesn't matter now. What's your name?
Ben Faraday.
All right, Faraday. Who are you working for?
Nobody.
Don't give me that. Who's your boss? Come on, start talking.
I don't know what you...
Get down, Wichita.
Yeah, sure. Came from up on the ridge. You see anything?
Yeah. A piece of a Mexican sombrero up there for a minute. Dominguez.
And I gotta hand it to him for being a good shot. Faraday's dead as a doornail.
Yeah, he can't do any talking now. That's a cinch. Come on. Keep low behind these rocks.
Yeah, cool.
Now keep that head of yours down or you'll get it blown off.
Appears to be a lot of cover for him up there.
Yeah. Once we get over this shoulder, we can see the top of the ridge. Easy now. I'll go first.
You see anything?
No. It looks like... There he is.
Hey, atop his horse and heading for the border.
Sure. He isn't interested in us anymore. Now that Faraday's dead and can't tell us who the boss is.
Maybe it is Dominguez.
Not likely. This operation's too big for a tin-horn bandito. It's got to be somebody at the north end of the line. Probably somebody right in Tombstone.
Well, with Faraday and that other rustler both dead, looks like we don't have much chance to find out who it is.
Come on now, Wichita. Don't throw in your hand till you've used up all the aces in your sleeve.
Meaning?
See that hollow down there in the rocks near Faraday's body?
Yeah, what about it?
I'm going to rig up a little camp there for Faraday and me.
You going to set up camp with a dead man?
That's right. And you, Wichita, you're going riding.
What you think I've been doing for the last 12 hours?
And you got some more riding ahead of you. I want you to ride into Tombstone and tell him we caught Faraday. Tell him he's wounded and unconscious. Tell him to send the doctor. Because as soon as he comes to, we're going to find out who the rustler boss really is.
You figure Faraday's boss will come a-running to keep him from talking?
That's my gamble.
It's a pretty loco scheme, if you ask me.
I didn't. But I'll ask you this. You got a better one?
No.
Then hit the leather for Tombstone. Get that story around town and then get back here as soon as you can. Who's that? Who's out there?
Only me, Luke. Put that gun away. Ooh, yeesh. I bet I got more saddle sores than this horse has.
Did you get the word around?
I sure did.
Who'd you talk to?
Well, Ezra Canfield, for one.
Who else?
Homer Bigelow happened to be in town. I saw to it that he heard. And a lot more.
What'd they say?
Well, they said they hoped Faraday could clear you. And they'd try to sober up Doc Eaton and get him out here. Somebody went to find him. Bigelow, I think it was.
You told him exactly where our camp was located?
Yeah. Luke, you figure it might be either of them two, Camfield or Bigelow?
Could be. On the other hand, it could be anybody. Or maybe our message didn't even get to the right man. Any way you look at it, Wichita, there's only one thing we can do now. That's wait.
Ooh-wee. It sure gets cold out here at night. I'm going to put another piece of mesquite on the fire.
Leave it be, Wichita.
But I'm freezing, Luke.
Just leave the embers like they are. You don't want to light yourself up for a target, do you?
Oh, now that you mention it. What time you figure it's getting to be?
Well, past midnight. By the looks of the stars.
Nobody's going to be looking for us this time of night.
Maybe not.
Luke, do you realize that this is the third night running that I haven't had any sleep to speak of?
Then get some. I'll stand watch.
But I can't sleep, Luke. I'm too dang cold.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have to turn you out to pasture, Wichita. You're getting too old and crotchety for this kind of play.
Now, you see here, Luke. You're just as sleepy and just as cold as I am, only you won't admit it.
Quiet. Looks like the party's about to start. Quiet.
I can't help.
You all right?
Yeah, but I'm going to need a new Stetson.
Serves you right for sneezing.
Oh, dark as ace of spades out there. I can't see a thing.
Neither can he. He just shot at the sound. Keep your eyes open now. I'm going to toss a rock to one side. Make him think I'm circling. Watch for his gun flash.
Right.
Here goes.
Over there.
I've got him. Come on.
Here he is. It's Homer Bigelow.
Yeah, Bigelow.
Is he dead?
No. Shoulder. He'll keep. Long enough to stand trial, anyway.
If he hadn't fallen for your trap, if he'd have known that Faraday was dead and couldn't talk, he'd still be in the clear.
Yeah. You know, they say what a man doesn't know won't hurt him. That isn't true in Bigelow's case. What he didn't know is going to kill him.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Robert Stanley and adapted for radio and directed by William N. Robeson, editorial supervision by Tom Hanley. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Louis Van Ruten, Lawrence Dobkin, Junius Matthews, and Don Diamond, with music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Slaughter's my name. Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
I'm Irma Dutro, color stylist for O'Brien Paints. Our musical theme hardly needs introduction. Just as the many instruments blend into this symphony, so O'Brien blends many pigments into the newest fashion-right colors for your home, giving more color per color. We have selected O'Brien's exciting new colors of the year after consulting many leading decorators and home furnishings experts of the country. And because all these colors are decorator approved, you are assured of rich, authentic new colors for your own home. Your nearest O'Brien paint dealer, listed in the yellow pages of your phone book, has a free color chip folder for you. He'll help you select O'Brien paints in these exclusive new colors of the year for both inside and outside your home. Stop in and see him soon.
And now, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Ed Craig came to Tombstone from the east, a little after I settled here. Ed was well fixed, didn't have to scratch out a living like most of us. And in his quiet, likable manner, he soon proved to be the kind of man Arizona needed.
Yes, I think I can do some good for the territory in Washington, if the voters want to send me there.
You certainly can, Ed. Our delegate ought to be a much stronger man than some of the ones we've sent.
Yeah, I got all the respect in the world for Mr. Craig, Luke. But what's the sense of electing a good man to the United States Congress when he don't even have a vote after he gets there?
He'll have a vote when Arizona becomes a state. Meanwhile, we need a delegate who can make the federal government understand our needs and our future.
Yeah, Paul Gallagher's against statehood. He says if we got it, we'd be taxed out of our boots. The way it is now, he says, we're getting a free ride.
It seems to me Paul Gallagher's against progress. I'm afraid the main reason he's running against me is to get that free ride to Washington and back every year.
That's about the size of it. And he doesn't need the free part any more than you do. He's made a wad of money out of his saloon and his gambling room.
I wouldn't know about that. All I know is that he bellowed like a branded longhorn about half the gambling license fees going into the school fund.
Bellowed like a branded longhorn. Mr. Craig, you're even starting to talk something like a Westerner.
He thinks like an American, Wichita, and that's the kind of man Arizona needs for its delegate.
Remember, I still have to be elected.
You will be.
You know, I have a personal reason for wanting to be in Washington. My little girl goes to school in Baltimore.
Oh, you got a sprout? I didn't know that.
Show Wichita the picture in your watch, Ed.
Yeah.
Well, here it is.
Why, she ain't no sprout. She's a growed-up young lady. And purty as a spotted puppy riding through a snowstorm in a little red wagon.
Thanks, Wichita. Well, I've got to be getting along, Luke. Thanks for your confidence.
Well, I wish you wouldn't hurry, Ed.
I have an appointment over at Gallagher's Saloon. I'm, buying a gold mine.
What?
That's right. An old prospector named Van Ling wants to sell his claim. Says it's more fun discovering gold than working to get it out of the ground.
Now, wait a minute, Ed. I've never heard of any worthwhile gold ore in these parts.
Oh?
The silver. Scheiflin's strike proved that, but well, I'd never gamble on gold.
Well, I'd never gamble on no more silver. I figure old Scheiflin found the only lode in the Mule Mountains.
Van Ling took me out to his claim, and I watched him take the samples. They assayed high enough to be worth taking a chance.
Well, it's your money, Ed. But you're no more a mining expert than I am.
I know. I just figure I can put some men to work. And if the vein's as rich as it seems to be, their families will be comfortable for life.
You mean you're going to hire on a profit-sharing basis?
Uh-huh. I've got as much money as I need. And I hope what the men get, they'll sort of invest back in Arizona.
What cash money wages you paying?
Exactly what Luke pays you, Wichita. And if you quit him to work for me, You might not get your ranch job back if the claim peters out.
Oh, I wasn't asking for no different job. I know when I'm well off, when I'm a-setting on a horse.
Just don't get so wrapped up in helping people that you forget to campaign, Ed. Because you can really help them when you're Arizona's delegate to Congress.
4,800, 4,900, 5,000. That's the correct amount, Mr. Craig, and you got yourself a gold mine.
Fine, Mr. Van Ling. The papers seem to be in order, and I'll take care of filing the transfer.
That's a lot of cash money to be carrying around Tombstone, Van. Care to leave it in my safe overnight?
Well, now, I might just do that, Mr. Gallagher. Where at is the safe?
In my office. Well, Craig, this will be an interesting experience for you.
I think so. I think it'll be a profitable one.
Well, if it is, maybe you'll quit harping on statehood for the territory. Government would take it all away in taxes.
Statehood's a few years away, Mr. Gallagher. No matter which one of us goes to Washington.
Your ideas are too fancy for us out here, Craig. Gotta have a Westerner to represent the West.
We'll see what the people decide.
That we will.
And no hard feelings either way. Mr. Van Ling, if you change your mind about joining the mine crew, just look me up.
It's pretty for certain I won't.
Well, keep in touch anyway. Remember, you'll get a share of the profits.
Come along to my office, old-timer.
All right.
Give you a receipt. Electioneer if you want it, Craig, even if this is my place.
I'll let the electioneering go until I round up some miners.
Hold it. Now, go ahead. It's worth laughing at.
Share the profits. We put it over on him real smart-like, eh, Mr. Gallagher?
That wasn't hard. Give me the money, Van.
I get 300 of it, remember?
That's right. 100 now and 200 when I know you're in Yuma.
I'd kind of like to stay around and watch the fun.
Your mouth's too big, old-timer. I wouldn't want Craig to find out he actually bought that claim from me.
Oh, I'd never breathe a word, and you fix the papers yourself.
You're going to Yuma. By the time you get there, it'll be time to start spreading the word that Mr. Edward Craig, candidate for delegate from the territory of Arizona, is pouring a fortune into a salted gold mine.
I bet you win that election, Mr. Gallagher.
Safest bet you'll ever make. When the people find out how little Craig knows about the West, they'll laugh him right out of Arizona.
The claim didn't look like much to me. There were traces of gold in the sandstone where old Van Ling had roughed out the start of a mine shaft, but they were shallow deposits, and they disappeared when Craig's men got to tunneling a real shaft. The crew worked with picks and shovels and drew their pay regularly. Then at last the tracks and mine carts and heavy ore-crushing equipment arrived in Benson by rail, and the whole mine force went down to mule-freighted back to Tombstone. I persuaded Ed to make a trip to the mine with Wichita and me while the men weren't around.
We'll make a lot more progress when we get the machinery in, Luke.
Well, you'll dig deeper, faster, that's sure.
Ain't no machinery been invented that'll put gold in the ground where there ain't none.
I don't want to put it in. I want to get it out.
Do you mind my asking how much this equipment's setting your back, Ed?
About 10,000. Another couple thousand to ship it.
Then with your payroll, you're close to 20,000 in the hole.
I think it's a sound investment. Now, you mind me asking you something, Luke?
Nope. You're going to ask me to keep my nose out of your personal business.
Not at all. I'm just curious about that old muzzle-loading rifle.
Well, I've been studying up on gold. This antique gun's for a little experiment I want to make. Whoa. Whoa there, fella.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Mary's Pride mine. You got a sign and a tunnel, anyway.
I named it after my daughter. You'll be proud as punch when I telegraph her we've hit high-grade ore.
Well, I've got some high-grade gold nuggets here, Ed. I'm going to put a charge of powder in this old blunderbuss, tamp the wadding, and use a nugget for a bullet, and fire into the rock near the shaft opening. Now we'll repeat the experiment.
Well, What kind of nonsense is this, Luke?
You better sort of hope it is nonsense, Mr. Craig.
Here goes another one. Now, let's take a look at the sandstone. Well, how about it, Ed? Look like the place where Van Ling chipped off the samples?
Why, yes. That's just the way the gold flecks were distributed. Well, Luke, I bought a salted mine, didn't I?
I'm afraid you did, Ed. You fire soft gold into soft rock, and it looks for all the world like the real thing.
You was a patsy for one of the scummiest tricks a Westerner can play on an Easterner, Mr. Craig.
When this gets out, I'm going to shape up as a fine candidate to represent the people of the West.
That may have been what someone was thinking when you fell for the trick. And I doubt if old Van Ling is much interested in politics.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns. With the warm weather here, young folks are champing at the bit to get outdoors and enjoy themselves. Many of them, far too many in fact, may be thinking of quitting school after this semester and going to work. If they're not graduating this June, ask them to give the matter a second thought. The grass may look very green and inviting from the classroom window, but if they don't complete high school or college, they may be looking just as longingly out the window 20 years from now, bored and disgusted with a dull or menial, poor-paying job. The good jobs, the interesting jobs, the secure jobs, and the high-salary jobs are reserved for those with college degrees. There are some pretty good jobs for high school graduates, too. But remember this, the less education you have, the less money you're likely to earn during your lifetime. You may hear of a lot of people being out of work today, but there's still a crying need for engineers, scientists, doctors, nurses, and teachers. And jobs like that require a sound, complete education. Urge the young people you know to qualify for them. They can, if they stay in school and graduate. And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Ed Craig had bought a salted gold mine. There wasn't any doubt about it. And if word got out, ridicule was going to ruin his chance of beating Paul Gallagher in the election for territorial delegate to the United States Congress.
As I see it, gentlemen, there's only one thing I can do.
Close up the mine, huh?
No, Wichita. Keep digging. My men have their families in Tombstone. Some of them have brought them a long way to settle here. If people think I'm a fool, they'll just have to think it. But I'm not going to shut down until I find something else for the men to do.
Can you afford it, Ed?
I can, for a while anyway. And just because the top stratum was salted is no proof there isn't pay dirt further in.
Mr. Craig, I wouldn't trade a spavin broomtail range mustang for this whole dang rock pile. And neither would anybody else in their right senses.
Wichita. Ed, we both admire you, and we both wish you all the luck in the world.
Oh, of course we do. I never said I didn't wish you luck, but you're sure gonna need it.
Election day was getting close, and Ed Craig's chances looked worse and worse. Out here, the weak and the foolish don't survive long. And in the eyes of the hard-working settlers, Ed looked more than a little foolish. Money doesn't come easy to our people. They don't like to see a man throw it away, especially when they don't understand his motives. And Paul Gallagher slandered those motives, even to the men who were benefiting from them.
Howdy there, Mr. Rawlinson.
Howdy.
What'll it be?
Whiskey, I guess.
Oh, put your money away, my friend.
Huh?
This is on the house.
Well, it's very nice of you, Mr. Gallagher.
Still working for Craig at the Mary's Pride?
That's right.
But maybe not for long, huh?
I don't know. We sure ain't finding pay dirt, but Craig keeps handing over our wages.
Guess those wages aren't quite as much as you hoped to make on the deal.
Well, no, but if we make a strike, we're all going to share in the profits.
That Craig is a fast talker. But I'll bet you wouldn't have moved your family down from Globe if you'd known it was for just a few weeks' poor pay.
Pardon me for interrupting. It's been a few months, and it's mighty good pay.
Well, Slaughter, are private conversations between my customers and me any concern of yours?
When they're derogatory to one of the finest men in the territory, yes.
Mr. Slaughter and Mr. Craig's nice enough, but we were led to believe we were going to make a lot of money.
I'd bet you're making more now than you've ever made in your life.
How long's it going to last, Slaughter? When the election's over, Craig will shut up that mine like it was a pest house.
What makes you think so?
Because Craig's not a complete fool. He got stuck with a salted mine. He figured he'd hide it under a big gesture. A gesture that might even get him elected. Then when he got to Washington, he'd make it up and graft.
Got any more to say, Gallagher?
Only that Arizona folks aren't stupid enough to be taken in by an Eastern swindler.
I dare you to say that again. Any place except in your own miserable gambling house.
You heard me this time. No need to chew my cabbage twice.
You better come with me, Rollinson.
Well, as long as Mr. Gallagher's setting up drinks.
Have it your own way. But remember who's setting up the food for your kids.
Luke, I don't see what good we're doing, Mr. Craig, by coming out to the mine when he ain't even here.
We may be doing a lot of good.
Yeah, but the election's day after tomorrow, and the way people are talking, he ain't got a Chinaman's chance to win.
Craig knows that too, Wichita. But he wouldn't be nearly as disappointed over losing as he would be to find his miners have let him down.
Yeah, appears they ain't doing much mining today. Looks more like they're having themselves a sociable.
Well, I'll be... Gallagher's talking to him.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, Gal. Whoa.
Rollinson, son, I'd be doing you men a favor if I came out and told you what Craig is trying to pull. Now, as for myself, I don't believe he got the assayed samples from this claim at all. I don't believe he paid old Van Ling any $5,000. I think the whole thing was a planned swindle to get him to Washington and to make you pay taxes to a state and the federal government.
I told you not to call Craig a swindler again, Gallagher.
Now, wait.
Wait for what? I'll take that gun, Gallagher. And now I'll take you. Now, boys, as you know, Mr. Craig is campaigning in Prescott. He'll be back for the election, and it doesn't look like he can win. Craig isn't a mining expert. He fell for a salted claim. I told him so weeks ago, and I guess all Arizona knows it now. But he kept all of you working because he felt a responsibility to you and your families, and for some strange reason because he still has faith in this mine. Maybe that faith boils down to faith in the West and the men who want to live here. Now, what do you say we forget about the election, and when Ed Craig comes home, we'll show him the longest mine tunnel he ever saw, whether there's gold in it or not. I'm gonna dig. Wichita's gonna dig. How about the rest of you? Keep those ore cars coming back, men. We'll keep them filled up.
That was a pretty enticing speech you made, Luke. When I started swinging this pick, I almost enjoyed it. But now the rock's getting awful hard.
Keep swinging anyway.
Yeah, but it's so doggone... Oh, now it's soft.
Where?
Right here. Look. You see? Soft and kind of lightish colored.
Wichita, get that light in closer.
There.
This is silver.
Silver?
Silver. And it looks like as clean a vein as was ever found in the West. Let's stop in at Gallagher's, man.
Yeah, let's go to Gallagher.
Gallagher, we're having a little celebration. Thought you might want to set up a few rounds.
You keep out of here, Slaughter, unless you want a warrant for battery slapped on you.
Yeah, battery is right. You look like you was run over by a stagecoach.
You get out, too. All of you, get out. I don't need your votes.
Every vote counts, Gallagher. Sure you don't want to set the boys up?
I told you to get out.
There's one thing I'd like to settle first. You've been telling these men that Van Ling didn't get $5,000 from Craig for his mine claim. What makes you think that?
Well, how should I know what Craig paid him?
The transaction took place in your establishment.
I don't remember everything that goes on here.
A short memory's a pretty handy thing. I guess you wouldn't remember transferring the claim to Van Ling a month before he sold it to Craig.
No, I don't.
Do you know enough about territorial government to realize that all mining claim records are filed at Prescott? And are you keeping close enough track of the election to realize that Ed Craig has been campaigning up there?
Look, Slaughter, if I gave away a worthless claim and Craig was foolish enough to buy it, it still doesn't involve me.
No, of course it don't. Van Ling's the one who gets a hunk of the profit.
Well, did Craig give that poor old coot the same story he gave these men?
You ought to know. The only thing you don't know is that we struck silver at the Mary's Pride today.
What?
That's right, Gallagher. As rich a load as Ed Shiflin's tombstone strike. Maybe richer.
Now, wait a minute. That was my claim. I only transferred it to Van Lin so he could
salt it and sell it. Well, boys, we better get to the telegraph office. There's plenty of time before election to let the whole territory know that Ed Craig has made $1 million strike. And I'll telegraph Craig not to bother looking up any claim records. Gallagher's told us everything we need to know.
Fellow citizens of Arizona, there are times when words just can't seem to...
Please try to tell them for me, Luke.
I think they'd rather tell you, Ed. Boys, how do we feel about our new delegate to the Congress of the United States?
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Fran Van Hardesveld and directed by William N. Robeson. Editorial supervision by Tom Hanley. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Joe DeSantis, Jack Moyles, Barney Phillips, and Junius Matthews. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
Talk about painting the clouds with sunshine. Today on CBS Radio, Ralph Bellamy, Robert Preston, Judy Holliday, Andy Griffith, Edgar Bergen, Herb Schreiner, Edie Gourmet, Andy Williams, the Ames Brothers, the Ray Charles Singers, and David Rose will all participate in radio's first color extravaganza. Never mind the canvas, forget the brushes. Join these exciting stars and enjoy a new listening experience as they translate music and comedy into color on our 2-hour Masland Radio Color Roundup. Later today on most of these same CBS radio stations.